Hello, everyone. Uh, I'm here at the hotel room. I'm not at my sister's. They don't have internet, so I rented a room so I can do this live stream. I hope everybody's hearing me. And let's go ahead and uh, get this set up so we can get some visitors up if they want to come up. Uh, this set up so we can get some visitors up. All right, let's do that. All right, now we're going to. Hey, Edward, how you doing, sir? There we go. We got that set up. Anybody that wants to come up, come on up. Now, Minnie, I noticed that you're here. Hey, Leonard, how you doing, sir? Come on in. Like I've said, I'm staying at a hotel room right now. I went ahead and got a room so I can conduct this. And can you hear me all right, Leonard?
Yes, sir. I hear you fine.
Okay, well, you weren't saying anything, so I just wanted to make sure.
Well, I didn't want to talk over you.
That's all right. I just want to say hi to people.
Yep.
And like I said, I had the family reunion today, and I didn't take any videos. I didn't ask my cousin for permission. It was at his house. I thought about doing that, but like I said, I was spending time with the family instead. I enjoyed Edward's coming up.
Hey, Ed
Hey Ed, I
Hey
was
gang, how you doing?
and Maurice.
I was visiting with my cousin George and his
Sam
kids,
Gaming.
and also with other cousins that I hadn't seen in years. Uh, there was a couple cousins. Well, a cousin, her daughter, and granddaughter, they're all cousins of mine, but they were there, and I haven't seen them. Oh, 5, 6 years, somewhere in there. The little boys and just finished kindergarten, and he might have been a baby if he was even born yet. The last time I saw them, her grandson. Now it's been longer since I've seen her. I've seen her daughter and grandkids uh, more than I've seen her the last few times I've been home. But it's probably been 3 or 4, like I said, 3 or 4 years since I've seen them, and they got to play with my cousin George's granddaughter. Uh, the middle girl is close to my cousin Riley, which is my cousin George's granddaughter. She 11, I think, 10, 11, something like that. And then
Always fun to see generations of your family.
yeah, well, like I said, we didn't get as many as I would have liked, but
Oh,
my cousin Kathy, who's a first cousin of mine, I haven't seen her in, oh God, 10, 15 years. And her
we
son Jimmy, now uh, Jimmy was a typical kid at 16 years old, and there was a storm going on, and he went over to check on his grandmother. We lost Leonard,
I was going to say we lost Leonard.
and on his way over there, it was during a tornado. A tornado picked up a tree and dropped it on his car,
Oh,
and so now he has the mental capacity of about a 5 or 6 year old, but
oh,
he
that's a shame.
but he knows that he can still remember when he was normal,
Oh
and
wow.
yeah, and so he's in his 40s, I believe. See, my cousin Kathy's my age. She's a year, I believe she's a year younger than I am, and I knew her family lived right across the street from the church I was raised in, so I saw them a lot. It was Billy, Kathy, uh, Connie, LaDonna, a whole slew of them.
That happened to a friend of mine when we were younger.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
He was hitchhiking, got in a conversion van, and they had a severe accident, and it left him with a brain trauma.
Yeah.
And when he finally settled, he's like a multi-millionaire now, living on Social Security with a really messed up mental capacity. It's such a shame.
Oh,
And
yeah.
he's the richest guy I know.
Well, like I said, he was really a nice kid, and he was on his way to check on his grandmother.
Yeah, that's such a
My
shame.
grandmother's sister-in-law.
Family tragedy.
Like I said, his grandfather, who was already passed by this time, was my grandmother's brother. So this is my mom's mother's side of the family,
Yes.
and that's the Prices, and that's also the Native American in my background. My grandmother and her siblings were all raised on a reservation in Virginia, and so, like I said, that's the Native American side of my family, and now the original Price from Scotland, happened to be he was here before the Revolutionary War and fought in it. So I can trace my family back a very long way. On one side, my grandfather, my mom's father's side, they came over in the 1850s. And with the last name Lee, like on my dad's side, who the heck knows? I mean, I have no clue where they came over.
Shoot,
Well,
you're probably Chinese.
that's like my grandfather, Larry.
Yeah.
He came from Eastern Europe, wound up in Liverpool, England, jumped on a freighter to the United States and worked on there. And when he got to Baltimore, they unloaded the freighter. He jumped ship and hid in the water under the dock for 2 days till the ship left and was long gone.
Well,
He swam out. They fished him out of the water, and he worked on the docks. This is like right before World War II.
Yeah. Well, like I
And
said,
during World War II, they checked everybody for paperwork and made him leave the docks because he didn't have proper citizenship.
like I said, my relative, the Price that jumped ship, he ran off into the back country, back then, which is what, New York.
Yeah.
My the story gets better though. Here's where it gets real interesting. So the government showed up to send him back. They were paying him on the docks as Harold Maddox. They were calling him Maddox because they thought he was freaking nuts for jumping off and living in the water for 2 days. So when the government showed up, they're paying him under Maddox, Maddocks. And they made him get him off the wharf because they were worried about sabotage and stuff. They didn't know where he was from. So they sent him down the street to get a job in the restaurant as a dishwasher. He got a job, worked all through the war as a dishwasher. But in the middle of the war, the government showed up to deport him back to England. He's like, well, I'm not an English citizen. I never was. I didn't have paperwork for there either.
Yeah.
And my grandmother opened the front door and said, well, he has 7 kids. If you guys deport him, who's going to support his family? The government left and never came back. And after the war, he got his citizenship and they got all the paperwork straightened out. So it can be anything.
For some reason, my headphones is not working on the laptop.
Uh-oh.
God bless you.
Well, that's all right. I'll just take the headphones off and we'll talk.
Yeah.
It's working.
Yeah. Laptop's got speakers, so you should be okay.
Yeah. But I was wanting to make sure I didn't get feedback,
Right.
And but it seems to be working. I've used headphones before with this thing. Now it might have been a different set, so that might be the problem. But this is a set I use at home on my desktop, so I know it works. So, because it always worked on the desktop. because I
Yeah.
unplugged the other speakers. And that's all I got is either the speakers or the headphones. And I unplugged these speakers because it gives feedback if I use the speakers.
Right.
The
Yeah, I
food at
don't
that
even.
restaurant that you put up the video from, I'm sorry, Leonard, I stepped in. You looked really good, Larry.
The
Yeah, it
restaurant
was.
I'm going to say the restaurant was in Lake George. Uh, I still got a couple more from Lake George. I'm really not taking very many videos here in Terre Haute this trip. This is much more of a family visit and that kind of stuff. So it just make sure that everybody, I'm visiting family basically.
Yeah,
My mom, I've seen my mom every day, and
that's good.
well, I always do. When I come home, I go see my mom.
Well, yeah, I know, but I mean, it's good you're able to see her every day.
But I think it's the other phone. Let me see.
Yeah, my mom's going. It's tough.
Yeah. Well, I was talking with one of my sisters that's still here in town. Well, three of my sisters are here in town. But I was talking with one of them. We were out at the party, and she's going. I said something about him being 104. She goes, "No, he'd be 103." I said, "He's 7. Dad was 7 years older than Mom. Mom's 97. Now, how old does that make would have made him?" I
Yeah,
mean, now he didn't turn. He wouldn't have turned 104 till last month, the middle of the month. His birthday was May 15th, but it's beyond his birthday, so he would have been 104.
yep.
And Mom's 97. Her birthday's in January. Hey Tim, how you doing, man? And
My father passed a few months back at age 93.
Hey, Tim.
so Larice, I forgot to tell you hi. So hello. Let me get a few people.
Yeah, me too. Hello, Luis. And Ding, how are you?
And yeah, so let's get a few hellos, and I'm glad you all came. Like I said, I decided I wanted to do a live stream, so I thought, well, it's worth for my own uh, reasons. It was worth getting a hotel room because, like I said, I couldn't use my laptop at my sister's. I could have used the phone and did one, but to really conduct it and be the host of everything, you guys know that a cell phone would put everything in a very small, very tough way to.
Well, couldn't you have used your phone for a hotspot?
No, because that would just tear up my data, would be gone and nothing flat. Because it really eats up your. Because I've done that before.
I've done it before on mine too.
Well, you
and I
got to
never had
bounce
that.
your cell phone
I never
off
had
of
that
somebody
problem.
else's internet, and you won't chew up your data.
Yeah, like I said, it would chew up my data, then everything would have just slowed well. Now, if I had internet on my phone, like I got a hotspot somewhere, and we got Retro coming up. Hello, Retro.
Hey, Retro.
How you doing, man? Good to see you.
We're good, brothers.
But
Hi, Retro.
Hey, fancy headphones.
Oh my God! I bought the headphones for my son this week or last week. Xbox headphones, $67.
Oh, that's cheap.
Well, they're pretty decent quality. Supposedly, they're
Well,
better than the Turtle Beach stuff.
They probably are, but I'm just saying you could be spending $300 or $400 on a set of good headphones.
oh yeah, you can spend money on headphones now.
Yep.
I had a pair of headphones off a bomber, a Flying Fortress bomber from World War II. Somebody stole them from me. I miss them to this day. They worked and everything.
Yeah. Well, these
They
I've
were
got
neat.
are just Lab Tech. They're
Oh no, we lost Retro.
yeah, I know. I saw that. They're
Hopefully
just
it'll
the
come
cheap
back up.
Lab Tech ones.
Well, the ones I had were worth like $500
Yeah.
because they were antiques from the war.
Yeah.
They were well made too. You could adjust the earpiece with a little thumb screw up and down and stuff.
Yeah, those are handy.
Yeah,
Can't get them like that anymore.
they were really well made.
Yeah.
Stainless steel, like double bar going across the top. The sides were adjustable. The speakers were there. They were
Yep.
so neat. Just don't find that stuff anymore. It's all gone.
Yep. Collectors and surplus stores and things like
I
that.
remember when I was a kid back in the 70s, you could still buy a lot of World War II stuff easily.
Yeah. Yep.
And if I would have known then what I know now, oh my God, the value of it's went through the roof.
Yep.
Retro says, "Hold on, guys. Sorry, my laptop wasn't charged." That's all right, Retro. Whenever you want to come
Whenever
back,
you're ready, yeah, we'll be here.
I'll be here. I'll be here for who knows how long. Like I said,
I made sure I plugged my cell phone in. I'm still at 100%. I'm still plugged in.
well, I have two cell phones, as most of you guys know. I got one plugged in, getting charged up. My main one's sitting right here beside me.
My son told me the other day that my Google phone that I have has the OLED screen on it or something. It's supposed to be better color and everything.
Could be. I mean, yeah.
It's a 4K screen.
All right.
The blacks are blacker, is what he tells me.
Yeah, that's what the 4K is supposed to do, and OLED.
He was telling me I should be really happy with this phone because when they came out, they were over $500, and they're still over 250. We just lucked out and got it online. He said,
Yep.
I don't know. Phone's a phone in my hand, kind of, sort of.
Yeah, if that's, I used to be that way. All I wanted, an old flip phone was more than I wanted. But you got to text too much now, and those things took a week to say hello. How are you?
I had the Blade phones. I liked them. They were a little bit bigger. But Huawei and the United States government had some kind of problem.
I had flip phones my first 2 or 3, and that's all I never cared for a smartphone. But then the flip phones, the phones without cameras and stuff became more expensive than the phones with cameras. Because I never had cameras. Like, I don't need a camera.
Well, I just had a real nice flip phone, and I was totally happy with it. But the kids started fighting over it and busted the hinges.
I had a Motorola, and it was the ringer on that was very loud. I was sitting in the back seat with my sisters. I can't remember where we were going. Welcome back, Retro. But anyway,
Thank you.
Where we were going, and my phone started ringing.
I like your headset.
Yeah, I only paid $12.99 for my Ocean State job lots.
Cool.
Along with that, I bought like 2 4-pack glass ball cases of ginger beer. I drank them already though. Right now I'm drinking Kool-Aid.
I may grab another soda here in a minute.
Amen, brother.
That's a nice thing about being here and sit with my sisters. They stay up late, so I can stay up late with my sisters.
Yeah.
But, I got to watch what they want to watch,
Yeah.
And they don't have the internet, so, so if I get on YouTube or anything, I go into the bedroom. They got a 3-bedroom home, just the two of them. My mom used to live with them.
Yeah.
And so I go into that room and close the door and do it. But if they had internet, that's where I'd be right now. I'd be in the bedroom, sitting at a chair, just like I am here.
Yeah.
And conducting. But they didn't have it. And like I said, I decided earlier in the week, I don't know if you knew when I put that out, but I was going to do one. And they have the Special Olympics are going on. Indiana Special Olympics is going on right here in Terre.
Oh, okay.
They hosted a lot. We just lost Retro again. But they hosted quite a few times. They've hosted it about 35 or to 37 times.
They just canceled it for this week in Penn State, they were having their own.
Oh, that's
version.
just all that smoke out of Canada.
Yeah.
Canada's done a lot of stuff.
Well, see, now Indiana State University baseball team made the super regionals, and they were supposed to host it because they had the better record. But like I said, almost every year ISU hosts the Indiana Special Olympics, and then they have some of the games at Rose-Hulman, which is a engineering college. You go to Rose-Hulman, you're not getting any degree but an engineering degree. They offer no other degrees. That's all they offer. I mean, they're strictly an engineer. Now you can study other things, but your bachelor's degree is some kind of engineering degree, whether it's electrical, mechanical, or whatever. It's an engineering degree.
Yeah.
And they have master's degrees there too. But they're a very specialized university. And so they have the games at both locations. And so ISU decided they couldn't do both and do them both justice. And so they decided, hey, look, we've been connected to Indiana Special Olympics, like I said, since 71, somewhere 72, somewhere back in there. And they decided that, they'd let it was Texas Christian University, TCU, the Horned Frogs, down in Fort Worth. They got to host the Super Regional. That's where ISU's playing. Now, that ISU lost last night to them, 4-1. I haven't heard what the score is tonight. And it's a best of three. So if they win tonight, there's a third game on Sunday.
Yeah.
But because of when the Horned Frogs fans found out what happened and why they got to host a game, they raised over $30,000 for Indiana Special Olympics. Their fans donated that much money. Just, hey.
It's kind of hard not to donate to them. How can you be against them,
No, but I'm saying these guys are in Texas. This is in Indiana. They donated it to Indiana Special Olympics.
Right.
And the university, TCU, has promised so much money for all the money they make. They're promising so much money from the concessions or the tickets. I can't remember which it was, but they were going to give money to the Indiana Special Olympics, and I guess they raised almost $8,000 for it.
You'd be surprised how much money some of these special individuals have put away.
Yeah. Well, like I said, they had a full capacity crowded stadium. Their stadium's not that big for baseball, if you ask me, but it's still over 4,000 people. And
that's good size for college.
Yeah.
When I was selling boats one time, these two guys came in to buy a boat for their brother. They never told me anything. They brought the trade boat in. They did all the preliminary stuff. They picked the boat out and all the options they wanted. And we put it all together for them. And when it came time to do the final settlement on the $45,000 boat that they bought, which was quite immense for a fish boat, on a trailer, the brother who came in was handicapped, and it was his money. And they quietly told me that it was Michael's boat, and Michael was like a little millionaire because Michael was in his 40s. He worked all of his life in these special programs. He didn't make a whole lot more than minimum wage, but the money he put away and saved, because he doesn't do a lot but go fishing. That was the family thing to do, was get down the shore and go fishing for the weekend. So he bought the boat.
When you talk about handicap,
paid cash.
My Uncle Paul worked at a paper mill where they made big rolls of paper.
Oh, yeah.
And here in Terre Haute. Now, he was in his, simple Nanette. How you doing? Welcome. But
hey, Nanette, how are you?
Anyway, now, it happened, and I never mentioned my birthday to my uncle because of this. It was either my 15th or 16th birthday. He was paralyzed from the chest down.
Oh.
What happened was he was at work, and now his fork truck normally had a roll cage, but it was in the shop being repaired, and the spare forklift didn't have a roll cage. and an 800-pound roll of paper broke loose, rolled down and fell off about 8, 9 feet, hit him in the middle of the back, and
Wow.
paralyzed him from the chest down for the rest of his
Oh
life.
man.
And he hadn't been married that long, and so, like I said, he was paralyzed for over, I'd say, over 50 years or thereabout, almost 50, maybe not quite 50 years, but very close to 50 years before he passed. This is my mom's younger brother, but yeah, so he got. I won't say he was rich, but he had money coming in. The rest, he got a monthly stipend, and he did not have to work.
Yeah, but that's a settlement and everything.
Yeah.
This guy blew my mind because he legitimately worked for everything.
Well, my uncle worked. I mean, like I said, but then he got hurt, and it was the company's fault.
Yeah, but he worked till he got hurt, and then after he got hurt, things changed.
No,
This guy worked every day.
he went to school and learned how to repair things. He didn't have to, but he did it to do something.
Oh, I didn't. You didn't tell us that part.
Well, I was just talking about how he got hurt. But yeah,
Yeah.
he did that for a while. Then he but hell, everything was hand operated. I mean, he could drive a car, a van, but it was always set up to everything was operated by his hands. And he used to live close to this grocery store here in town. That was a couple of blocks from where he lived. And he'd say, "I'm going for a walk," and he meant he's going to get in his wheelchair, roll over to the grocery store to their eating part. They had coffee and donuts and stuff. He'd go over there and get a cup of coffee and sit there and talk with people, maybe get a donut. That was his
It was
walk.
just.
He called it going for a walk.
It often blows my mind how some people take a little bit and make so much of it in life.
Well, like I said, he just, the one thing I never did with my uncle, I never mentioned my birthday because that's a bad day for him. That was a bad day for him. And then
Sure.
the year he died, he finally, because he never sent me anything for my birthday, and I did not blame him because the day I wouldn't want to remember if I was him. It was a day I would just want to withdraw. And but before he died, a couple months before he died, he called me and he apologized. I said, "Uncle Paul, I don't blame you. That's what That's why I never said anything about my birthday. I don't want to bring up bad memories. I mean,
Well, I know of an organization in Northeast Philadelphia called SPIN, Special People in the Northeast. One of the big things they do is package hardware. And they package like wire nuts and nails. And they got to count all this stuff out and package it and get it accurate. And that you would, if you went to their organization, you see a million people like sitting at buffet tables counting parts.
yeah.
And they all make like minimum wage or more. They all got health benefits, and they're all severely handicapped individuals. So it always blows my mind. I never discount them people.
Well, we got Dan and Minnie in the background.
Yeah.
They just showed up.
Yeah, they said they were going to be here. I was talking to Dan. Dan the man.
Well, he's here.
Hi, Dan. Hi, Miss Minnie.
And by the way, people, anybody that wants to come up, come on up.
We lost Leonard again. He timed out, I think, or something.
No, he's probably
On a
doing
break.
Something. Yeah, because he's got his mic on, and then he dropped his picture. So he's either getting something to drink or going to the head or
I don't know how to do any of that.
Answering a phone call.
Yeah, I heard his phone go off.
Oh, did you? I didn't hear the phone go off.
Yeah, I heard it, man.
But like I said, I don't know. Can you see? This is the room I'm in.
Nice room.
Well, it's a pretty penny, but then I used my some of my points and got it a lot cheaper than they were wanting. I belong to choice privileges. I'm a choice privilege
Are you in
member.
a hotel room, sir?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh yeah, I got it. this table. There's a nice chair back there with a
Pretty sweet hotel room.
But anyway,
That stuff is horrible.
they got the Special Olympics going on
That stuff is
this
like
weekend,
It's gross.
and they wanted almost $200 for
What did
this
you
room.
get served me?
Well, I'm not paying that much for a room in Terre Haute. I'm not doing it. And so they said, well, if you take 7,000 of your points, they got for me counting tax for about $75 because of my points, my choice privilege points. It's like, that's why I say take advantage of, because they weren't giving discounts because it was a something going on, a special event going on. So the rooms are going out, and they weren't giving discounts. And it's like, nah, I'm not paying that kind of money. Take the 7,000 points I got. Probably
I
have more.
wish my Market Basket did rewards cards. Because if they did, I'd be saving a ton. But instead, we got we got just normal discounts, you know.
Now something's going on with my battery. I don't know what it is. Oh, now I do. No. I know exactly what it is. I didn't do something. Whew. So, no wonder.
Did you put your cord in?
No, I got the cord itself is plugged in, but there's a part that's supposed to be plugged into the part the cord's plugged into. There's two plug-ins, and one was not plugged in.
Oh, okay.
The power supply, probably.
Yeah, the power supply is plugged in, but the cord's not plugged into the power supply.
Yeah, I hate that.
From the computer, that wasn't plugged into the power supply.
So what you're saying is,
I messed up. I started to say something else, but but I messed up.
oh my
It's a
God.
family show.
I started with about 80
Welcome back, Leonard.
power, but
I'm back.
Hey, how was the phone call? Everything taken care of?
As well as it's going to be.
There you go. Yeah.
Ugh.
Like I said, I did have a good visit with my.
He knows who you are.
Who's that, Junior?
Take a mistake.
Is that Junior?
Junior's rolling in. That's my roommate.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
Junior's rolling in on the lawnmower. He went down to do some kind of hard drive repair on a PS5.
oh okay.
Boy, the PS5.
Or PS4, I don't know, one of them.
Well, the 5s are new enough they shouldn't have hard drive trouble yet.
It's a 4 then.
Yeah.
He's
Larry.
He's always doing something. By the way, he fixed my car this week. I don't know that I was telling you guys last week all my car problems.
Yeah, you told us. Then you told me about it getting fixed.
Yeah, I know I told you, Leonard. He busted a nut for a ball joint in the knuckle,
Yeah,
and
that's a pain in the rear.
the hub assembly. Yeah. Well, what do you do when you break a steel bolt in aluminum? Not much is the answer. And I had to get a new hub assembly.
A reversible screw wouldn't take it out?
No.
Okay.
Guys, I finally told
He didn't follow the proper protocol.
Now,
You're
what's that,
supposed to
Rick?
clean.
Hey, Dan and Manny, how are you?
I was trying to
Dan.
say,
Dan's taking your cue there, Edward. He goes, hi, la 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 Larry.
He loves when I do that. La 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 Larry.
What were you trying to say, Retro?
Yeah, go ahead, Retro.
I finally told my mother what I actually wanted for my birthday. At first, I'm thinking, the new PC bundle would be nice. But I'm thinking content. I'm thinking retro nostalgia. So I tells her, Mom, I don't want a PC bundle for my birthday. She's like, okay, kid, what you want? I said, and maybe I told her you're not going to like it, but okay. I would like all my toys from my teenagehood that are in storage, and all the stuff that I like out of storage in my room. And she's like, "Is that really all you want? Is your stuff out of storage, including your toys?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's all I want. I'm very sentimental." And she's like, "All right, we can do that."
Well, that was easy.
I'll tell you
Yeah.
what, you talk about stuff that was retro. Now,
Yeah,
when I was a kid, that's when Fantastic Four first came out. The Hulk, Spider Man, all those were brand new. I had the first edition, first issue of all of them.
Yeah. So did
I
I.
had
Sorry, when you were a kid, they didn't even have light bulbs yet, did they?
No, we read by candlelight. But anyway,
Yeah.
I had a bunch, and I mean, I had a stack of old comic books about like that. And
yeah.
my mom, I was in the Navy. My mom took them and gave them to my nephew.
Yeah.
And I don't know, they read them, and I mean, they took the kids were really good with books. And I never been a page or anything like that when I read. I don't do that. Not even comic books. I never did that. And so anyway, they read all the books, and when they got done with them, they gave them to other kids. So there's all these books that are worth. Some of them are worth $100,000 or more now. We're giving away.
You know what I
no.
have that's coming up in value?
What's that?
I have baseball cards from the 60s.
I did too.
Yeah.
I'm the one that run those. Because see,
Yeah.
I have a trash bag full of them, but what makes
Some of those can be worth something.
oh yeah, a lot of those could be worth something.
well,
Yeah.
what a lot of them were probably picked over and ran through machines, and they picked all the popular ones out. But what's really increased in value now in the card world, because they've been overlooked for so long, is black baseball players.
Yeah.
And I got tons of them.
Well, see now, like I said, when I was a kid with baseball cards, we run the baseball cards. Because what we used to do is take clothespins
Clip them
I
on your
put 'em on
bike.
the bike, yeah.
and then make that
Yeah.
sound. And
Yep.
wear those out, so you had to put a new one on every so often. So we
Yep.
went through a lot of. I'm gonna grab a soda, but we went through a lot of those baseball cards.
Honestly, the only
Well, they
cards
invented a lot of baseball cards in Philly because the Topps factory was there.
the two card things are the main three card things, collectible things that were popular when I was a kid was Pogs, Yu-Gi-Oh cards, Pokemon cards, and Garbage Pail Kid cards.
Milk caps were big too back in the
Mm.
day. I got some of them.
Yep.
Like I said, though, we bought the cards as much with. Like I said, we played with the cards, and I know if you guys had saved them, but if you had an extra, I don't care if it was a King Griffey Jr. rookie card. I mean, it wouldn't matter if you had more than one on the bike. It went, you know.
Well, we didn't know. One of the,
Yeah.
I was in Philadelphia, Northeast Philly, and they invented what is now a multi-billion-dollar corporation there in somebody's garage. It's called NFL Films.
Yeah.
Maybe you heard of them.
No, never heard of Steve Sable and them.
Them guys are billionaires now, and they started in Northeast Philadelphia in somebody's garage, and now they're in Voorhees, New Jersey, in like a skyscraper.
Well, that's where
I'm trying to
Steve
remember
Jobs started Apple.
Now, Steve Sable was the son, wasn't he? Wasn't it Ed Sable that started it?
It is his hard drive, by the way.
Right? Steve
I'm not
Sable?
sure, but I used to know them guys. I used to belong to an organization I belonged to.
Yeah, but I believe the father's name was Ed, and Steve was his son,
What kind?
and they got unprecedented access
Like jumped at me.
to be on the field and film all that. And at first, a lot of people thought, some people were against it.
Around it or
Yeah.
the length
It's
of
like
it?
a diamond. Around.
The
where
frozen
was that at?
tundra. That came from
Let's just show you.
those guys.
He's tiny. Dang, I didn't touch him, but he was jumping. I was on the tractor, man.
It was, yeah, I used to watch that show a lot.
Yep.
I used to watch.
Say hi, Junior.
Hello.
Hey, Junior.
Hey,
how
Junior.
Hey, Don.
How are you guys?
How you
staying
doing,
out
little
of
guy?
trouble.
Pretty good. I just
Good.
diagnosed the PS4 for my neighbor. The
Yeah.
issue he's having.
You get it going?
Nah, he needs a hard drive. The hard drive in his died because I took
Ah.
mine down there and
Checked it out.
switched them out,
Switched them out for him.
and his went up with my hard drive in it. So
There you go.
he needs
So
a
it's
new
just a hard drive. Okay.
So now you
Guys-
need a hard drive.
Well, no, he's got his back, but
Yeah, I got
He
mine.
was
He
just
fig-
checking to see if
Oh,
You got a
just
bigger
use it for
finger.
testing. Okay.
yeah, diagnostic. He's out fixing everything.
I didn't even fix it.
That's good, though.
I just got done telling him how you fixed the car. That was quite involved too, by the way. He had to rebuild the whole front suspension
Yeah.
On the driver's side,
on the driver's side. He had everything out.
everything down to the axle and
He had an axle, the bearing, the control arm lower, the ball joint, the sway bar link, and the strut, all disassembled and put back together. That's quite a bit for a little 16-year-old kid to do.
You got to be careful, those struts. They can
Well,
mess you up.
well, the strut, we didn't have to decompress the strut. The spring was in it.
I didn't take that off. I only had the tower out.
He had the strut tower out though, complete.
Oh, you took the whole tower out?
Yeah, we don't mess around with the springs too much. I don't have the.
I don't feel like this.
Yeah, I buy them preloaded. I don't mess with the springs.
Can't blame you there.
Nope.
No.
So it's not that much. It's not that much difference in price either. Like an extra $30-$40, and they come to you preloaded and done. So why not?
Yeah, because I've seen where a strut popped loose and went up through the hood
Huh.
and clear to the roof of the garage they were in.
Well,
Not nice
I
at
do
all.
things the way the garages do it, and most garages these days will not mess with the spring. They buy a preloaded strut
Yeah.
Unless they have express.
Well, like I said,
because it'll take you an hour to change it, and it's only an hour in price, so you don't make any time.
Yeah.
well,
What we fixing, Retro?
I'm just taking the battery out of this one and putting a new one in.
Oh, okay.
I got a secret though for buying parts cheap these days. Amazon.
Yeah, Amazon always.
Nobody's beating Amazon for car parts prices.
And electronic parts, too, for that matter.
And another thing I found out, a lot of these other companies have one part on the shelf, and if you buy it under this name or that name, all they're doing is repackaging it. Nap is doing that.
yeah.
If you buy the cheap part at Nap, it'll hand you the part for $22 for the ball joint. If you
Yeah.
buy the expensive one, it's the same identical ball joint in a box that says Bosch or something on it. They're not making 10 different parts under 10 different names. It's one part in the box of the name that you buy. They're just changing the name on the
They
package.
do that. You go to grocery stores. That's all the grocery store products are.
A lot of times, sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of times it's one of the name brands.
Just repackaged.
My brother worked at a snack place where they made. We got Jack coming up, but my older brother, worked at a place called
Hello.
Chesty's,
Hey, Jack.
and they
How you
made
doing?
potato chips for a lot of different companies. So it was Chester
Sure.
was a local brand that was pretty big. But they also made Party Times, and they made this company and that company potato chips. And he did that up until he died. My older brother, died at 37, and he was doing that for. He was in the Navy with myself for a while, and then got out and got that job and was working there. But yeah, so like I said, I mean and I know for a fact that's what happened because He was one of them to help make the potato chip. Now he was a fork truck driver and went around, got the potatoes and took them where they had to be cut up and cleaned and all that.
Well, you'll love this one. I could buy the hub bearing online for $42 from Amazon.
Yeah.
If I bought it off the shelf at Napa, they don't claim that they don't have all those multi-brandings for that. It's $132.
Oy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You take
I
this
needed
here,
I needed a signal light, signal lever for my 07 F-150.
Right.
And at one of the parts houses, they wanted $128. I had it in 2 days for $28 bought online.
They did that on the lawnmower we got. If I bought the drive belt for the blades,
Yeah.
it's $105. It's $28 on Amazon.
Yeah.
Why is the
All
belt
right.
so expensive?
Man, I didn't see it first.
Yeah, it's
How you
only a
doing?
Kevlar belt too. Wow, we got a crowd tonight.
Dan
Oh,
was
have
just
more? That's
Dan
one thing
was
about me.
just
I can have more
enjoying
people.
the green room.
Hello.
He was drinking all your beer in the green room.
I don't blame him. I would have been drinking it too, sitting there waiting. But, did you eat all my donuts? I'm gonna have to go to this donut. There's a donut place.
I didn't
here
have
in Terre
time.
Haute. There's a donut place here in Terre Haute, and as far as I know, it's the only one that does it. They make square donuts. Have you ever heard of
I've
that?
seen
Dan?
those. I've seen those. Yeah.
What?
Oh, they make
Donuts
square
used to be
donuts.
round.
Amen, Minnie.
It takes a certain machine to make them. They're square donuts, and they've been making them for, oh God, before I was born, I think. They've been making square donuts, and that a part broke in their machine. And this was probably 20 years ago. Maybe, oh no, I might have been longer than that. I must have been living here. But it's been at least 20 years, maybe 30. And a part broke, and they called the place that made the machine and ordered the part. And they go, "We don't make that. We never made that." And they took it and showed them. And it's what I guess helps them make the square donut. And so they fabricated them and but yeah, and the shop is called Square Donuts. They taste a lot like, I hate to say this, Dan, sorry, cover your ears. They taste a lot like Krispy Kremes.
Oh, good donuts.
But I mean, they've been making them before Krispy Kreme ever.
It's probably that Dawn baking stuff.
Oh heck no, you didn't go there.
What,
There's nothing like a Dunkin' Donut.
Well, we know you're got a
Modern
vested
day.
interest there, Dan.
Well, Dawn Baking though is an amazing organization.
Now I got a question for you, Dan. Where you guys at right now?
We're on the bus headed for San Fernando, Pampanga.
Okay, I
okay.
wasn't sure if you were on a bus or a boat because you can see the curtains behind you.
Yeah.
Is that a modern Jeep?
It's
No,
a
that's a
fancy
bus.
air-conditioned bus. Fancy, very fancy. These are all rich people on here.
Well, what the heck?
That's how you got there.
All these people here are rich. They're all rich people on here.
Yeah, they wouldn't let me on.
They tell me, sorry, no poor boys allowed. Get off the bus.
Yep.
It's right by me.
I would sneak in. I would do the $1 million
I just wanted to
mambo.
drop.
Then they'd know you're faking.
I just wanted to drop by and say hi.
We appreciate it.
Hi.
Man. Thank you.
Yeah, nice seeing you.
Man, Mimi, how you doing?
Yeah, Minnie.
Man, Minnie, how you doing there? They're frozen.
He said, "How you doing?"
We hope you guys are having a good trip. Now, you said you're on your way to Pangaea or just left? Now, isn't that close to Crystal? Dan? Is that up close to Crystal or Daisy?
Brand new battery.
You put them in backwards.
I did.
I don't know, but you might have.
If it doesn't work, try changing them.
Yep.
I gotta find about
I've
it.
been known to do that.
I've had brand new batteries that are worthless.
Yeah, that happens too.
Yep.
Especially if you had them for a while, they can go bad when they're sitting there.
Yep. Their shelf life isn't all that long.
And also, you can buy them at the same time,
Yeah.
and one will go bad quicker than the other.
Yep.
I got a couple battery operated toothbrushes, and one is almost dead. The other one still acts like it's got all kinds of power. They were in the
Yep.
same package. It was one of these that you buy two at a time.
Yeah.
So the battery should have been put in at the same time. Should have been from the same pack. We just lost Dan, and
Oh.
so anyway, we just wait. Hey, Melissa, how you doing? And Dan tells us. Minnie says hi.
It's Alexia. How are you? Oh, thanks, Dan.
I can't see the chat or anything because my PC's down because I got a brownout.
Oh, that's always nice. Hey,
Mhm.
what happened? Oh, ooh.
I accidentally hit a button.
You
He hit the
you
Brady
did
Bunch
that the other
button.
day. You did that the other day.
Yeah, I do that every once in a while.
Yeah, you scared me.
That scared me.
I thought Leonard took over.
That'd be
Let
good.
me
Let me-
out of my
I am
own
the
county.
captain now.
I don't even know how to do a live stream.
You just keep talking if I go down.
I mean, I don't
Funny.
even know how to start one,
That's my problem these days with my low vision. I'm having a hard time learning everything because I can't see everything. A lot of stuff I have to do out of memory.
Well, right now I'm working on my laptop keyboard, and some of the keys are a little closer, and then you accidentally bump one, and something
Oh, yeah.
changes.
Yeah.
Start fat fingering everything.
Yeah, the laptop keyboard is tight.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
I have I use a separate mouse, but you got the mouse pad that can still do things. So
Yeah.
sometimes if it's in the wrong spot, you hit the mouse pad, you don't mean it, and you click on something, and so I got to make sure it can be
Yeah.
a pain. But like I said, it lets me vlog when I'm on the road, and I'm not sure if Dan. Hey, Michelle, how you doing? I'm not sure if Dan.
Hey, Michelle.
If Dan's going to do a vlog on Monday night, he usually does one on Monday morning. So I'll be at home when my sister's when he does that one. So once again, I'll just be on the phone and not participate in the panel. But if he does one Monday night, I'll be at the hotel. Usually he does it at Tuesday night, which is Wednesday morning for him. By that time, I'll be at home. So
Well, you won't miss much.
well, like I said, I'll be home by Monday night. I mean Tuesday night, because I have an appointment on Wednesday. I got to go see the pharmacist for the blue team at the VA. I've told you about the new medicine I'm taking, where I give myself a shot once a week.
Yeah. Is that for cholesterol?
No, this is for my diabetes.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And it's not taking the place of insulin. It's taking the place of like metformin and that kind of stuff. And we just lost Jack.
Yeah.
And so anyway,
Well, yeah, they tried to give me metformin and I refused it.
well, I took metformin for a few years. I really did. And then it started messing with my bowel system. And
and metformin's got some bad side effects. It gives you, it has muscle cramps and pains, and it can also drive your diabetes up.
But anyway, it was giving me some trouble in the bowel movement department,
Yeah.
and so I quit taking it because, like I said, I didn't like the side effects. And I'd been on it for maybe 5 years or longer.
Oh wow.
I was on it for a long time.
Yeah, I know that was like the first thing they always throw at you.
Yeah, so I was on it for a long time. Might even been 6 years or more, but they say sometimes after you've been on it for a while, it can start. Well, if it didn't bother you before, it'll start bothering you. Well, as soon as I quit taking it, the problem I was having cleared right up. And so,
That's a pretty good indication.
oh yeah. So they were talking to me. Said, "Well, you need some more metformin." And I said, "No, I quit taking it." I told them why. And I said, "I will never take it again." I said, "It cleared right up. That was my problem, not taking it." So they put me on this different medication, and it wasn't working real good. So they decided to put me on this something, Ozempic or something like that.
Ozempic?
Ozempic, yeah.
Oh,
Ozempic,
Ozempic.
yeah, that's the one. And but it's once a week shot.
Oh, okay.
And for the first 4 weeks, I was taking half a dose. Okay, because they want your see if your body's going to reject it, give you time to adjust to it.
Yeah, if you're gonna have problems with it, right?
Yeah, and really the only problems I have is, and then they said it's not a normal side effect, but it could just been because I wasn't feeling right. But I had some pizza didn't taste right to me, and I've ate this pizza many times before, and it just didn't taste good.
Well, you'll have that once in a while, anyhow. So.
And then see, the thing is though, then there's another place I go and get a meatball sub that uses pizza sauce. It's a different place, and it didn't taste good.
Time to give up tomatoes.
So the tomato sauce didn't. So I just said, well, no more pizza. I've been ordering from the place once in a while, but it's chicken wings now. The hot wings, the buffalo wings.
Yeah.
And and if I eat
They're really bad for you.
not as bad as pizza.
No.
I don't know about that.
No,
Yeah, I
they're
do.
not as bad as pizza.
Not as bad as pizza.
They're not,
The chicken wings are fried in a heavy carcinogen.
Yeah, but the pizza's got a lot of carbohydrates.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
All that
Remember,
crust
I'm
is
diabetic, so I'm more worried about
bread.
the carbohydrates.
Yep.
But I only had it like once a week of that, and
I'm
I
on a
like-
diet. It's not doing a lot for me though. I got to diet harder.
Well, you've got to actually just do the diet instead of cheating around and eating all the other crap instead.
Oh, I know.
I mean, I'm just being blunt and straightforward. But
Nah,
apparently that's
I'm not
Anna G, how
denying it.
you doing? I just saw you, Anna G. Welcome.
Oh, hey, Anna G. Didn't see you either.
She's. I looked down, and she's the last one to say anything was Anna G.
Yep.
And I looked down, saw her. So it's good to have you here. Welcome. And anybody that's in the chat that wants to come up that hasn't come up, come on up. We got plenty of room.
Yep.
I can have up to like 9 guests or something like that. So I got plenty of room. If you just want to come up and say hi and drop out, you're more than welcome. You want to come up and say, hey, here's my channel, information. Go ahead and do that. Let's see. Let me do this here.
We got to get Larry a hat band for his hat.
Oh, I like it the way it is.
He needs some of them gambler tokens around it.
Nah.
No silver
wouldn't be
band?
Larry. That wouldn't be Larry.
No.
Nah.
Well,
I like it the way he's got it. It's more realistic.
at least there's nothing wrong with a good headband. Don't get me wrong.
I always wonder why everybody dresses as cowboys. Nobody dresses as pirates.
Because pirates were from the sea. Cowboys were from the land.
Hold it.
Larry's a Navy guy.
Hold it. My brother, my younger brother, dressed as a pirate to play with our niece. But then again, he had the eye patch, and he was blind. My brother was blind in one eye, so
Oh, okay.
he would wear the eye patch, and she called him her pirate, and so he got it, and she became the princess, and he was the pirate. And they would
Man,
play
Jack
games.
dropped again.
I'm trying to add him. There you go.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, he dropped off and came back up.
I
But
couldn't read it. Retro, I couldn't read it.
It's a casino calculator from Excalibur.
Oh, okay.
Everybody's running around in cowboy hats. You don't see too many people with a parrot on their shoulder, you know?
no.
Ed, that's because of the TV series Yellowstone.
Well, no, I wear the cowboy hat from a lot longer than that.
Oh, me too, but I don't have one now. But I was basically raised on a farm,
Yeah.
and I raised
We just
horses
lost
for a while.
Jack again.
So
I had a really nice cowboy hat for a long time, made by the Lancaster Hat
Hey,
Company.
Jack, what's going on, buddy? You keep dropping.
are you
with
there,
all
Jack?
the pressed and steamed felt.
Well, that's how all the decent ones are.
Well, see,
Yeah.
I had my first cowboy hat. It looked like a Billy Jack hat. You remember Billy Jack?
Oh yeah,
Well, this is
Great
back. I was
movies.
in the Navy, and I started work. I found a Billy Jack hat, and I wore that. And
The hat I used to wear, you can't buy anymore.
well, I had later on. I had a cowboy hat that looked like it was made out of jean material.
oh
You
yeah.
know, you know what
They got
hickory
real
is?
popular for a while.
I wore one of those for years.
You know what a Lee hickory hat is?
No,
I used to wear this little round cap with the short brim on it, said Lee, and it was like blue and white striped. They call that hickory.
Sounds like
Similar
denim.
similar to like an engineer's hat, but without all the extra material.
okay.
Would have
No,
been like the fireman's hat on a train.
I had a real nice white straw hat, and a friend of mine was getting ready to move, and he was talking about how much he always liked my hat. So just before he moved, I gave it to him. But I wore a cowboy hat in high school. Well, that's because of the job I had.
Yeah.
My job required me to wear a cowboy hat and a bolo tie. You know what a bolo tie is?
Oh yeah.
And okay, for those that don't know what a bolo tie is, it's almost like shoestrings with some kind of symbol on it. But I worked at a steakhouse, Bonanza. I don't know if you guys remember Bonanzas.
I think they had one in Phoenix.
I worked at the one in Terre Haute until I went in the Navy. And the uniform was a certain kind of pair of pants, a certain shirt, wore the bolo tie and a white straw hat. And
He just pulled you guys out of the freezer.
Now you're back, Jack.
You keep dropping off, Jack. What's going on?
I put my phone in the freezer because it was hot as hell.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
but I was going to say it kept dropping out.
Your battery might be going bad.
Then you might need to get a new battery.
Yeah.
But,
Depending on how new his
I'll
phone
get it
is, it's
fixed when
hard
we
to
get
get a
back
new
to me.
battery.
so I started
I
wearing
got it fixed when I get back to him.
a cowboy hat at 16 years old.
Yeah. Well, we always had to wear them at the fairs and stuff because we were showing cattle and whatnot.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I worked at a steakhouse,
Yeah.
Bonanza. And for those that don't know, Bonanza was a TV show about the Old West.
Yep.
And now Ponderosa and Bonanza was competitors. Now Dan Blocker started one. I can't remember if he started Ponderosa or if he started Bonanza.
We used to have one named Rustlers too.
Yeah. But anyway, the producers of the show started the other one. So Bonanza was the name of the TV show. Ponderosa was the name of the ranch.
Right.
I don't know how many people remember that.
Oh,
Well, we got Haas's Steakhouse here in Pennsylvania.
yeah.
Well, that Haas could have done that after because one of them bought out the other one.
We got Haas Steakhouse. Great salad bar, man. Oh my God, it's all I need.
They have a
Well,
Ponderosa
I worked at.
Salad
steakhouse
is
back
not good for you.
in Michigan, which is they had good wings. Never had a steak.
They didn't have wings when I worked there.
Yeah. No,
They had
wings weren't.
chicken, but it
Wings
was
weren't.
just regular chicken.
Yeah, wings weren't the thing back then.
No, we're
Well,
talking.
yeah, isn't that the truth? Wings used to be 20 cents a pound, then they got popular.
Yeah. I used to be able. I used to go to Native New Yorker in Phoenix, and a couple of ladies that were friends, and I would go every week or two, and we'd order. Shoot, what was it? 50 wings for $10.
Damn.
Yeah. Well,
And
like I
then
said,
We
just
used to be able to get like
then do it 2 or 3
40-pound cases
times.
of wings for like $8 back in the 80s, and then all of a
Yeah.
sudden they just went nuts.
I've noticed the price of eggs has gone way down.
finally going down.
Yes,
Time. But
the price of chicken in Pennsylvania's come way down too, because there's still a ban on exporting it out of the state to a lot of places.
Jack's showing his eggs.
Well,
Jack,
yeah.
I
I
was out.
just
Oh, that's
I
a big
buy-
egg.
I buy 5 dozen eggs, and it was down to $5 and something.
That's
But anyway,
cheap.
That's
anyway
cheap.
when I was out at my cousin's,
Yep. And that's the large. That's not the medium.
one of my cousins that I hadn't seen for a while, the one that had her daughter and granddaughters with her, she's got 4 goats, and she's just outside of the small town they live in, but it's a family compound. And her daughter lives in town and has got chickens that she keeps in the house.
Oh, that must smell pleasant.
Oh, they keep it clean. I mean, they clean it out,
Wait,
keep it clean. But
The worst part
they're
is
little.
you might as well have factory growing chickens if you're keeping them in the house.
She's getting ready. She's going to move out to the family compound.
Actually, Leonard, you can buy stuff to feed the chickens today. So they're
Well,
You
you can buy pastured chickens too. And
Yeah, they
that's,
got-
that's what you want.
See, what did I say?
they sell like crickets, dehydrated crickets in now to feed your chickens.
Yeah.
Mealworms and crickets and alfalfa
Yeah,
grass. all kinds of
That's
crazy
a lot
stuff.
better than what they used to be able to get. All that scratch and whatever the heck else it was. But
Well, Jerry, he feeds his chicken eggshells.
oh yeah,
Eggshells, oyster shells, produce scraps are real popular with chickens.
yep.
But
They eat everything.
like I said,
Well, our chickens were all they were all pastured. They were all free ranging, free roaming, and therefore we didn't always get all the eggs because sometimes they got laid somewhere when nobody knew about. But in general, they laid them in the chicken house.
There you go.
well, like I said, my cousin that lives out in that family. When I say family compound, that was her father's family,
Yeah,
and they had a big old piece of property, and there was 4 boys, and they all had their own place, and they were all right there together. And so her mom and dad passed away, so she lived in the big house, their house, and the daughter is wanting to add on to it, remodel it, and then they're going to build it like a mother-in-law apartment that her mom.
a guest house type thing.
Yeah, and that's where like I said, my older cousin and her husband will move in there, and then their granddaughter and their daughter and their grandkids will live in the bigger house. And so they'll all be out there at that compound.
I got one
Yeah.
for you today. My son told me he's seen a timber rattler.
That's always fun.
They exist. They exist close to where I used to live, and if you ever go to Letchworth Park, they're there. That's close to where I
That's
used to
North
live.
America's most poisonous snake.
They're in Montana and they're in Washington State.
They're
They're a
worse than
cross
the desert
between a
rat, the
timber snake and
diamondback.
a rattlesnake.
Like I said, they're worse than a diamondback.
Huh?
I said they're worse than a diamondback.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Well, it's a cross between a timber snake and a rattlesnake,
Yeah, but I mean,
which is
I'm
a
saying they're dead.
diamondback.
Yeah, but I'm just saying they're worse than
Well, there's
they're
more
more
than one
deadly than
kind
the
of
diamondback.
rattlesnake, but
Well, the Pennsylvania rattlesnake. They don't get too big though in Pennsylvania. The
There you go.
rattlesnakes.
Well,
oh
that's like
shoot,
They're
they'll get
limited to
they'll
about
get
3
8 feet
feet.
long.
What?
I said
Down
New
here
York, they
they'll
don't get
get
real
8
big
feet
either.
long.
Yeah, in Pennsylvania they're only about 3 feet long.
The only ones I ever saw like that though were run over on the road.
There we go.
Now, see, they got. I used to live in Leroy, New York, and right outside of Leroy, shouldn't say right outside, but a couple of miles outside of, they had what they called Snake Hill, and I guess had a lot of. At one time, used to have a lot of timber rattlers.
It was appropriately named.
Yeah, from what everybody, I never went there, so I don't know. But everybody I've talked to said, yeah, it's appropriately named. There's a lot of snakes in that area.
I've seen a black ring snake here.
I'm not sure what that is.
Hey, Nit, man, how you
It's a
doing?
black snake with a gold ring around the back of its head.
Oh. Hey Nip Man, how are you, bud?
Oh,
In the
sorry
band.
about that, guys. Tried to put my hair in a ponytail.
Yeah, I saw that. Saw you working on it.
Did you get it fixed? Was
Yeah, it
the
looks
battery?
like it. Looks like he's all together.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, I had to turn on the two fans in here because it was getting hot in here.
Well,
Lucky you
I
have
came
power.
in.
I'm
I
on
came
A hunting buddy of mine
I got a Bruno.
killed a rattlesnake with his bow.
Now, Nit Man's telling the panel hi, just to let you guys know.
Yep.
And
In,
then bam.
in Pennsylvania, you're not allowed to just openly kill them. And to capture them, you're only allowed to capture, I think it's female rattlesnakes or something. You got to have a fishing license to possess one.
To tell you the truth, I don't know. I don't know how to sex a rattlesnake, and I
Right.
will openly kill the damn thing before I'll try to do anything else, unless I can get away from it.
They got a cool way to catch them.
Well,
They use
They can
you know
have
them
you.
clear fluorescent tube covers.
Yeah,
They trick them into slipping their head into one of them,
yeah.
and they catch them that way somehow. I was looking at it online.
Yeah.
I didn't invent it.
well, you know the constrictors down in Florida, they will let loose a lot of males because it's the female, and because the males will lead you to the nest of the female. They'll put a tracking device on the males, and they'll track them to the female's nest. And those are the ones they want to capture, kill, and get rid of.
Yeah.
Eventually, they want to get rid of the males too. But you get rid of the females, they can have.
I don't know why they're not shooting them down there. They always want to
They
run out
just-
and catch them.
Yeah. And then where do they put them? Someplace else where they can get away again.
Why don't they just shoot them? Bang.
Hey,
Yeah,
why
or
don't you
take
just-
them, or take
Hey,
them back
wait a
to
minute.
Africa or Amazon or wherever it is they came from.
No, kill them.
They're Asian.
The what? The pythons and stuff?
The ball pythons from like Burma.
The
Well, there
bulk
are
is
some
from
from there.
South America.
But there's a lot of them from South America and a lot of them from Africa too.
Yeah.
So those there in Florida, they may be Burmese. It's hard to say.
Yeah, they're Burmese. They're
All
Burma.
right, Larry, Mac Daddy. I will still call you Mac Daddy because that's what I know you as. Lennon and Jack. I am going to go ahead over to my channel.
We'll be that
Yeah.
way.
Oh,
We're just giving you a hard time.
That's
Come
right.
on.
It was nice seeing you, brother.
Yeah.
You take
Hey,
care,
Retro-
Retro. I think Jack's going
Retro
to join you
knows.
at your channel because he just dropped.
Retro knows I'll pick on him if I get a chance.
Yeah, I know you will, brother.
Hey,
Cheers. I don't want any liquid, but cheers. I'll see you guys later. Live long and
All right.
Peace
Take
out.
care.
Jack,
I'll get that down again one time.
hey,
prosperous.
All right.
hey, Take care, man. Good luck with
Before I
your
go, let me
live
see if
stream.
Jack pops up.
Be safe.
Well,
Hey,
all those
Jack.
pipelines
Jack,
got
while you're
loose.
here, before I go, Jack, are you going to join my live stream at some point tonight?
What time?
He's going now.
I'm going right now.
Send me the link on your on Facebook.
Okay. I'll
We'll
do
see you
so.
later, Retro. Have a good one.
All right. Be safe,
Have a
Retro.
successful live stream.
I
But,
got like, I don't know, maybe 30% battery left in my phone.
well, mine got down to 19% because I didn't have it plugged in right.
I had that happen the other day.
But it's up,
I'm
back
on-
up to
I'm on a-
55 now that I plugged it in right.
I'm on a brownout right now.
Oh, okay. That's not
That's
good.
always fun.
But
It
well, when I
sucks.
was in when I was at the family reunion, I was talking with one of my cousins, and I showed him some of the videos of some of the bar or places like that. Now, my cousin, the one I'm talking about, she's almost old enough, if not old enough to retire. She's close to it. She's quite a bit younger than me, so I'm going to say she's probably about 55 to 60, somewhere in there. And so anyway, she said the only thing keeping her around that area is she was pointing to her grandkids is these things. But yeah, the way she's talking, when she retires, she's ready to go somewhere warm too, whether it's here in the States or whatever. But I don't know if you guys ever watch Turquoise Sunrise or Sunset, Turquoise Sunset.
Nope.
It's a Phil Ann couple. I found their channel 5-6 years ago, and they were living in this 1-bedroom apartment in Valencia, and they lived on the second floor, and their gorgeous apartment was like $500 a month, furnished, enclosed. It's one of those enclosed apartment buildings, swimming pool, a really nice area. And they had this door that opened up almost across the whole living room area. You had like one panel area that wouldn't open up, and it just really opened up the space. And the patio was big enough that they had a couch out there, a bench, a dining table with dining chairs around it, and it was covered. I had a roof over it. And I'm thinking, and it's a 1-bedroom, but I'm thinking, that dining room kitchen area would be more than big enough for me. I mean, it was huge. And then they had a big old huge bathroom and everything. And so I went back, and at that time when I started following somebody, I'd go back and watch all their videos forward. And that's what I did with theirs. And at this time, this was probably maybe 6 years ago, because their daughter was probably around 5 or 6, somewhere in there. And she was just learning to swim. And now they're back at not the same apartment, but the same complex. And their son's about 3 or 4, about 4 years old. And he's learning to swim in the same place that his sister did. And they're not planning on moving for a while, because you can tell that, because on the second floor, it opened up to the back, but there was no real patio. They built they call it a Lanai. Because at first they were trying to call it a balcony. Well, a balcony's on the second floor. And then they heard some people wanted to call it a porch. I called it a patio. And so they found out the Hawaiian word, which you just used, it encompasses all of them. And when they use the word in Hawaii, that word in Hawaii, it could mean balcony, patio, porch. It just means all of it. And so they went with that word. And they're building this onto their apartment that they're living in at their expense. All right. And they're putting a roof over it. So that tells you if you're investing that kind of money, you're not planning on moving for a while. And they said
Yeah.
they didn't want to move until the kids were a little older and got more adjusted. And so they're planning on being there for a few years and then maybe building a house. But it's a Phil Ann couple. She was from Bohol, but they're living in Valencia, which is in Negros.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just
Leonard, you
outside
just shared a link.
Do what?
You just shared a link popped up.
I shared a link.
Yep.
Well,
Yeah.
I did share it with a couple of people. They can join, so they can join if they want to.
I don't know. It just popped up on my phone.
Oh, that's weird. Oh, I kept opening your DM, but didn't mean to.
Oh, I don't care.
Well, yeah, I know, but I mean, it was just an accident.
Tim says
Why I
he
never-
See you guys.
Tim says he has a relaxed area.
I'm gonna head out of here.
You're going? See you later now. Thanks for dropping by,
Head
Jack.
out of here.
Hey, be careful, Jack.
Get Retro going. Hopefully he'll have a good live stream. Yeah, like I said,
I'm
we wish
debating
him
if I
well.
can go on his live stream or take a
You know,
nap.
Leonard,
I'll do his live stream for a little bit, help him out.
Yeah, I'm
You can always
sweating.
take a nap a little bit later. I mean, come on. It's only not even 10 o'clock in the morning.
I'll be right back.
All right. That
All right.
day, and I can keep it up.
yeah, I'm here for a while.
I'm here till who knows when. But like I said, though, I like having an area for relaxation. When I was out at my cousin, now he has a big old garage we had opened up, and the tables and chairs were all out there. So if it would have started raining, everybody would be undercover. But it stayed nice. It stayed in the 80s, sunny. We didn't take my mom because, well, I wasn't going to be able to help her out too much, and plus, the weather was kind of hot for her to be out there for very long. And but I set a chair in the shade area, and that breeze just felt so good sitting there in the shade. But I do. I have a patio in my apartment. I really like it. I'll sit out there when there's a nice breeze and just enjoy the weather. And
I have an enclosed porch on the front of my place here that
well, I don't mind that close
I had to
porch.
put a roof on it.
Yeah.
When I got here, like somebody let the roof go and it like caused a lot of destruction from all the water damage. And I took apart a place down the street and got the plywood and put a roof on it.
Well, like I
Change
said,
things up.
I'll tell you what. I like a patio or a porch, especially if it's got the overhead where it keeps you dry. And I don't mind if it's enclosed as long as you can open it up and let have.
I just got screens.
That's what I meant. That's what I'm talking about. As long as you got the
Yeah,
screen,
it's all screened.
you got the screen, you get the nice fresh breeze in there. Now, if you can put windows up, the glass to cover the screens during the winter, then you can sit out there when it's not too cold. But if I had to choose between glass and screens, I'll take the screen. Right now, I don't have anything. Mine's just open. Now, it's got the roof over it because the person above me has a balcony that covers my patio. And they got a roof over there. So
Yeah, I always want to get some rolls of isinglass, which is like a clear vinyl, and put up for the winter.
well, I thought about I haven't found out where I can get it because I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think I would want to put it up myself, but I'd like to get a screen maybe and put all the way across it.
I had a major war here with my landlord,
Well, I've seen people do this,
and I don't know what I want to do anymore.
I've seen people do it where I'm at, and the thing is, I've seen people put screen doors on their doors, and then that would be nice. I mean, you can open up your door, but I'd rather have the screen on the outside
Yeah, so you can open up to the patio.
and just leave the door open to the patio, and you still got the screen. But and
I
then
had a
plus,
war here with my landlord, so
uh,
things haven't quite been the same since then.
I also have a outdoor plug-in.
They were double billing me for water, and I had a big war with them over it.
Well,
They wanted me to pay for my water and my neighbor's water because there was only one water meter.
They didn't want to put another water meter in. Well, make the neighbor pay
Well,
for
the
it.
place has been here forever, but the neighbor who they wanted me to pay for had a hot water heater that was leaking water. So the water bill was always outrageous, and they blamed it on me. So my landlord said, "Well, I'm not going to pay the water bill anymore,"
Yeah.
and they quit paying my water bill. So they tagged my house with like a $305 water bill with the
Ooh,
shut off and return on charges and everything. And I told them, it's not my bill. I'm not paying it. And they shut my water off. So I went down and paid the bill and took it out of my monthly lot rent. And of course, then they wanted to try evicting me and stuff. And I said, look, the bill's not in my name. It can't be in my name. It's in your name. And I don't owe you that bill because you can't commingle my water meter with the neighbor and bill me anything for water by law, because who's to say who used what water?
yeah.
So they argued with me. I called the water company and said, look, I'm going to just sue everybody. I'm going to sue you, the landlord, and drag you all into court. And the water company was like, well, you can't do that because we'll immediately get dismissed. I said, I know that, but it's going to cost you money to go to court. I said, help me out here. Come out and shut the water off for an hour. And so I can prove that this water's commingled. They shut the water off. 10 minutes later, my neighbor's like looking at the guy from the water company, yelling at him. I said, there you go. So they went back and told the landlord, you can't do this. It's illegal. And he can prove through us that it's commingled. They finally left me alone. I've never gotten a water bill since.
Yeah. Well,
And
you
I
should.
didn't want to be that way. I don't mind paying a water bill. Just don't overcharge me. You know?
Yeah. But no,
You're
I,
lucky you don't have to deal with that where you live or anything, Larry.
no, my water. Every place I've lived, my water bill's been included.
Sure. Well, mine's supposed to be too, but unless you go over. But I was going over because the neighbors had an active water leak.
Yeah. Well, don't see. Mine was always included. I don't think my apartment was metered. It was metered on the building.
Right. Well, mine's
See,
metered in the lawn out front, but it's.
yeah, but see, I live in apartment buildings.
You know what else we don't have here is, and I don't know why, they don't have any backflow meters in this whole park.
Yeah.
That's illegal most places.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
I could back up my washer into the water system, so to speak, and poison the whole neighborhood.
yeah. Well, like I said, now the only thing I've the places I've lived, the only thing I ever had to pay was electric, because if we had gas, that was heated the hot water. Where I lived at in Leroy, we had radiated heat. All right, so uh, it was they used the gas to heat up the water and heated the whole apartment building with that. So I
Sure.
so I didn't have to pay water and I didn't have to pay gas, and my stove was gas, so my cooking was free.
Sure. Well,
But
that's
I
how
had
it
to
was
pay.
back in the day.
Well, that was the way it was till I moved out here 2 years ago. That was still that way.
Yeah, a lot of places have been separating all that out. Now they put everything on the tenant.
Well, no, see, every everything, the gas. Now I think they might have switched it to No, what they did was it was still gas. It was just you didn't have a pilot light all the time. It was electric start. So when you turn the gas on, the electricity would
Well, the
spark.
big thing now is I used to go to the apartment show. Is they're selling these apartment companies individual meters for everybody.
Well, I do have my electric is individual. My water is included, and there is no gas. So
Well, I'm just saying, but now they're because utilities have gotten so expensive for the landlords that they're now
what
billing
our
everybody
landlords
for
do,
everything.
what our landlords do is every year, if it gets more expensive, every year because you're under contract for a year, the next year it goes up. Now mine stayed the same on this year that I just started. It stayed the same as last year, but it went up the year before. This is my third year there.
Oh, I'm just telling you how they're all doing it now. They're all
That's what all my landlords have done is they just increase the cost to you per your rent. So let's say when gas went up. Now I lived in my apartment in Leroy for 15 years, maybe 16. I had two rent increases, and that's it. I moved in there was
that's
400.
really good.
I moved in there was 450. I was on a month to month. The whole time I lived there was month to month. I moved in, it was $450 a month. Then there was
When I moved in here, it was $350, and every year they bump us $50
like I
because
said,
it changed ownership. The new owner's got a different debt to service,
but
and he maxes us every chance he gets.
Yeah, but anyway,
and he's a real creep.
There was a big increase in gas. What about 10 years ago or so?
Oh, sure.
So he increased the rent by $25. That's it. I was there for about 5 years.
That's reasonable.
Yeah, and then a few years later, there was another big increase in gas. Again, $25. So I was paying $500 a month. I'd probably be paying more now because of the gas prices and stuff. But it was, and he could do it every month if he really, because it was month to month. There was no contract. But like I said, he loved the fact that I was there because I was there for like 15, 16 years. I've lived in a lot of places, but if I can move, I just prefer not to if I don't have to.
Sure.
By the way, I do have a hat band in case you can't see it. It just happens to be black.
Yeah. Yeah, myself, that's what I like. Just a plain band.
Yeah, that's
I
all
don't
this
like
one
a
is.
lot of don't like a lot of crap on it.
See now on the side there, you see this. Let me pull that.
The
down.
little bow there with yeah, that's nice. That's nice though.
That's on the side.
Yep.
And, that's
Yeah,
where the hat came. I bought this hat in Terre Haute about 3 years ago, maybe. They got a place there called Boot City.
Oh, they got them here too.
Yeah, it's a huge place, man.
Yep.
Now in Albany area where I live, they got what they call a boot barn.
Well, yeah, they got. No, it's Boot Barn they have here. Yeah.
And Boot City and Boot Barn I don't know how many Boot Cities there are, but you would say they're competitors in that. Now, the Boot City and Terre Haute, they have saddles, holsters for 6 guns, belts, jeans, shirts, boots, cowboy hats, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
And it is huge.
Yeah, Boot Barn I don't think has any of the tack, but they have some clothes.
Yeah, they do. At least the one in Latham, which is maybe 2 miles from me, maybe a little more. But
yeah,
I've got in there, and I was looking at their straw hats. I haven't found one I like yet. I want to get one that's not as porous as the one I wear usually.
Right.
I want one that will protect me more from the sun. And so I would prefer a black one, but I'll take a white. I may have to take a straw color one.
Black in the sun is brutal.
I just like the color black. What can I say?
Yep.
And if it's not felt, it'll be a lot cooler than this one.
Yes.
This is felt. So
That's just like you drink hot coffee in the summer
oh yeah, I
and
do. I drink
everything's
coffee all year
crazy.
round.
Doesn't bother me a bit.
I uh I remember one time I got some ice cream. It was during the dead of winter, and
Yeah.
this person looked at me and said, "You're going to eat ice cream this time of year?" I said, "I drink hot coffee in the middle of summer." I said, "It doesn't matter. If I want
Yep.
it, that's what I'm going to get." I
Yep.
go,
You
"Yeah,
take
well,
what you want. Yep.
yeah." Well, the person that was saying something to me drinks coffee all year round. I said,
Yeah.
People think you're nuts for drinking coffee in the summer." I said, "I drink it. I don't care." And
The only people who are like that are the ones that are not true coffee drinkers.
well, no, like I said, they drank coffee in the summer, but they couldn't
Right.
believe I was going to drink ice cream. I mean, eat ice cream in the winter. It's like drink coffee in the summer.
Yeah.
It's hot.
What's the difference?
Yeah, you know. But yeah,
Well, I got a summer coffee drink.
no, mine's hot black coffee all year
Yep.
round.
Mine too. Hot and black.
I got one for the blender, man.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, I do like iced coffees, but because
Yeah.
I'm diabetic, it's not good
Like
for me.
yeah. Like a frappuccino or something like that.
Well,
That's good.
I love frappuccinos,
Yeah. They're really good.
or cappuccinos, iced cappuccinos.
Yep. Just can't drink them though.
Well, I do, but not. Believe me, nowhere near as much as
I got one that I put coffee, Swiss Miss hot chocolate mix, and ice in the blender.
That sounds like a frappuccino.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
Too much
Makes
sugar.
a great.
Though.
I don't drink them anymore. But it makes a great drink.
Yeah.
but
And
I'll
then
get
put a
a,
little clove in it.
I'll
But
get a, I'll get an iced cappuccino or a frappuccino maybe once every couple of months. I used to drink one two every week.
I used to buy a bottle or one of those 6-packs of them
No,
every
no.
week.
I'd go to Starbucks or Tim Hortons or Dunkin' Donuts and get it right from the get go. And
Oh yeah. Well, I just bought the pre-bottled ones.
Yeah, the Starbucks ones were quite
They're
popular when
Starbucks,
they
yeah.
came out.
yeah, but I would go right to the source itself.
You know what I don't like about Starbucks?
During the summers.
When they
Well,
first came out, the Starbucks lady had nipples.
I don't really
They
like
took the nipples off her.
I don't really like their coffee. They're just black coffee
Yeah,
because it's bitter.
yeah.
Well, they got other versions now.
Well, yeah, but
You
I
gotta
haven't
drink,
found
you gotta
any
drink
that
the
work.
pike or the blonde.
Yeah, you got to drink their blonde coffee. Have you ever had white coffee?
No, but I mean,
No, I haven't.
you got to
White
get
coffee is really good.
coffee.
When they
Wow.
roast the coffee bean for this white coffee, it looks like a peanut. It's from Yemen. It's really rare, especially roasted. And
I'll
I had
probably
it.
never have it.
I had it served to me by a Yemenis guy in like one of them Chase and Sanborn pajama suits.
But
And he was in a coffee store, and man, it was good.
And Tim's
What?
rubbing it in on you. Says, I'm lucky. My water bill is usually about $5 per month.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, well,
You're
my
paying
water
for it.
bill was $200 a quarter, and the guy down the street, they billed him $600. They had a worse leak, and they had us co-metered, and I went nuts. I wasn't paying it, and they were going to evict me, and I had a big war with the management here. And then I told them I was going to sue them and told them how. And the lady from the water company named Suzanne took care of everything.
Well, you own your property, right?
Not where I'm at here. I do own a property, but I don't own this one.
Oh,
I
I
own-
thought you owned it.
I own the home.
Oh, I see. I see.
I back up to I'm in between a tree co-op. And there's this road called Camelset Village that goes back after the Johnstown flood. They put in this mobile home park. and I am like up a mountain and all the way out. I'm a mile off the main highway. I'm so far back they don't even want to come back here.
That's a good thing.
Oh, it's beautiful back here.
I had a friend in Alabama doing the Navy. He lived outside of Birmingham somewhere. He said he was so far out in the sticks they had to pump the sunlight into him.
I'm so far back this dirt road that they don't want to come back here. Finally, they started bringing mail back here, and they got UPS comes back here and FedEx comes back here. They don't even want to bring pizza back here. And that's how I wound up in the shine business. People kept on winding up in my driveway and looking for the milk crate along the road to buy.
Yeah.
And when I figured out what was going on, I opened up the old still site
Yeah.
that the guy previously had that lived here. He passed away. And what the hell? When in Rome, do as the Romans do.
Yep. Until the feds are around.
Well, I don't operate. I quit operating the still, but I can still buy what they call white dog, which is liquor made by a guy who owns a legal moonshine distillery down the road.
And then add your flavors to it.
Well, I was in his place eating a burger because they have a restaurant that goes with his thing, and you can do the tour of the facility and buy the product and the whole thing. I just went there to see his place and have lunch, and somebody outed me. I still don't know who pointed me out to him. And he came over to my table with a blue jar and said, "This is you." I said, "What are you talking?" I said, "Excuse me, what are you talking about?" "No, this is my table." And he said, "No." He started pointing to the jar again. He said, "What are you doing?" And we got talking. He said, "Don't worry, I'm not the feds, I'm the owner." And he wanted to know how I made my famous product so famous, which was kind of cool.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. As long as he doesn't steal your recipe.
He can have my recipe. He gave me he gave me his deal. You know, when you make alcohol, you always have what they call overburden. And he's supposed to dye it and like sell it for windshield washer fluid or something. So he doesn't have to pay the tax on it.
Right.
Well, what if he dumps it in a 25-gallon jug every now and then
and
sells
it disappears?
Yeah.
By the way, Dan just said, yes, Tim is correct. We are 45 minutes south of Angeles City is where they're at now. Okay? Just to let you all know.
Yep.
We have arrived in San Fernando.
Yeah,
that's a beautiful thing.
There's more than one San Fernando over there.
Well, this is I think on what is it? They're on Leyte, aren't they? Or Luzon?
No, that's not Leyte. That's
Luzon.
Luzon. Yeah, I think it's Luzon.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
If that's where Manila and Clark and Subic Bay is, that's Luzon.
Subic Bay
is in Luzon.
Is next to Angeles City.
Well, they're not next to each other. They're close to each other.
Right. But I mean, they're on the same island that way.
Yeah, that's Luzon.
Yeah.
I don't mean like they're a street apart.
San Fernando, that's a province outside of Cebu City.
Yeah, but they're not in Cebu.
Right. They're not on the same isle as Cebu.
No, I know that.
Well,
I didn't know.
It's like Springfield, the town of Springfield. Almost every state in the union has a Springfield.
There's a lot of them.
Oh, yeah.
Pennsylvania has 2 Philadelphias.
Well, I can't say that.
We got Philadelphia and New Philadelphia.
Yeah, well, we got Terre Haute, West Terre Haute, North Terre Haute.
Yep.
Well, we got that in Philadelphia alone.
Now, North Terre Haute is more of a, what would you call it? A province or a...
Well, North Philly and Philly's gangster land, and Northeast Philly's where all the old Jewish and white people live, and then you got South Philly where all the Italians live, which
No,
is
no,
now
I'm
a lot
talking
of
about these are
Asians
actually
these days.
separate areas. Terre Haute itself is a city. North Terre Haute is outside the city limits. It's not part of Terre Haute.
Oh, they're
Then
on
you got
Pampanga.
West Philly and University City, and
West Terre Haute is a couple of miles away. It's its own city. They're
Yeah.
so I mean those are all three. Now you do have the north end of Terre Haute, the south end of Terre Haute, and all that. I just say my little sister I say lives in South Terre Haute, the south end of Terre Haute, all it is. But matter of fact, I'm getting together with my youngest sister who was out of town today, and her daughter. I don't think I'm going to get together with my great niece tomorrow because my great niece is with her father. My niece and my great niece's father are divorced. Um, so I will get together with my sister, her husband David, and then my sister's daughter Amanda. We're going to have lunch tomorrow, so I'll get to see them. That'll be the only time I got to see them this week, this trip. Now my sister Ruth Ann, who's oh God, man, she's in rough shape. She's the one with MS, and
Oh,
it's
yeah.
a shame.
well, well, she still walks and she can still drive, but man, she's in rough shape.
Well, they've been making a lot of progress with MS. Unfortunately, it hasn't taken them real far.
Yeah. Well, my sister's had MS for 40 years.
Exactly, and that's a success story.
That's actually
Yeah.
pretty commendable because
Oh yeah, because like I said, she when she first got it, uh, she found out she had it. She was having double vision.
oh wow.
Wow.
So she went to see a doctor, and they discovered what was wrong. And said when she had double vision, they put an eye patch, and I don't think it mattered which eye. She just needed to cover up one of her eyes, and the double vision would clear up, and she could, still see. And after a while, she wouldn't have to wear the eye patch at all. And she'd go long times without having to wear the eye patch, and that was mainly the main symptom for years. And she worked. Oh man, she was in her. My sister is 75. This sister, well, she'll be 70. I'm trying to think. No, yeah, she'll be 75 this month. And she worked up until about 60 or so, and finally was able to get total disability. But she had to go for back. She got 2 years back pay on it because it took 2 years to get it approved. And once you apply for it, they can only go back to where you apply for it for Social Security. And so she was able to go back and get 2 years back. Man, what the heck?
I'm back.
Hey, welcome back.
All right.
But
Yeah, they're Dan and Minnie are on Pampanga.
what was going on? I guess there's lightning, thunder out there.
Oh,
It's not raining, but they're calling for rain tonight and tomorrow and maybe Monday.
Yeah, we got rain coming into here on Monday, so they're telling us it's going to be a lot.
I think we're supposed to get rain
I brought
parts
in my camp
of
cover.
days over the weekend.
I may need to go out to my car and get my coat.
I got an interesting therapist appointment coming up Monday. They're denying me things on my insurance because they're saying I don't have open wounds on my legs because we had them pretty well healed.
But you did have, right?
I did have, but I didn't have what they considered open wounds. But when I didn't get the therapy last week, guess what? They're all back.
Well,
So I'm going Monday to say, hey, you can't deny me now because I got fluid coming out through my skin again.
yeah.
But
And I need these
That
special leg
insurance is
wraps.
terrible.
now
Yeah.
My
Well,
leg wraps that they want me to get are $90 a piece.
Yeah.
And they
These-
tell me they
these
won't pay
days,
for them because I don't have
terrible.
open wounds. Well, guess what? This week I do, so let's get them.
Yeah.
Dan just says San Fernando Pampango.
Pampango, yeah.
Yeah, he says this is the capital city of Pampango. And Tim says the typhoon should be gone by tomorrow.
There you go.
That's
Well,
good.
that's good. It
It
didn't
is.
hit you too bad, did it, Tim?
I know where, like I was telling you about that couple I follow that's having their patio built.
Yeah.
They've gotten a lot of rain, but I won't say it's been real bad. There's been times where the rain was real bad, but they've been able to get work done too.
Yeah.
And they got the roof put up this week finally, which means now that's probably the noisiest job they had to get done because they're
Yeah, probably.
well, the apartment above them is empty right now. People, but they got somebody moving in later this month.
Could you imagine your landlord in the States letting you add on to their apartment building?
Yeah.
Well, if you paid for it, a lot of them would.
Yeah. As long as because you think about it.
You'd have too many
You'd have
permits
to-
to pull in the
You'd
States.
have to permit it. Well,
Yeah.
you'd have to get it permitted and make sure it's up to code.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is when they leave, if you did this in the States, they could jack the rate up for the next person real high. And you paid for the improvement.
Exactly.
Yeah, they could also make you take it with you.
They're not going to make you
I
tear
would,
something
because I could
down.
charge the next person more money.
Well,
Yeah, they're not
Think
going to
about
make
it.
you tear something down.
the apartment complexes here where I live would make you take it with you
Then
if they allowed it at all,
Yeah.
because they're not going to want to pay to maintain it. Changes their whole rent roll, you know.
Well, they just raise the rent on the apartment when they rent it next.
Yeah, you just
I don't know.
raise the
Good
rent.
luck with that.
That's how it works.
Yeah,
Well,
you come in and
if
say,
they
hey,
go
look,
that way.
well, all they got to do is come in and
Why
say, hey, look,
wouldn't they? That's just good business sense.
Well, because I got to tell you, when
hey, Deborah, how you doing?
I don't know how it is in
Deborah's
Houston,
here.
but when you add on
Hey,
something
Deborah,
in Pennsylvania, you got to make it to apartment commercial code, not housing code.
well, of course, it has to fit the code, and it can't be taken with you.
Well, right, but
That's right in the lease.
Pennsylvania
Anything you
code is for commercial
anything you
quite
add-
tough.
Well, anything you add has to stay
Deborah,
there.
if you want to come up, come on up.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see you, Deborah.
It'd be nice to have somebody else. It'd be nice to have a female come up and talk with us.
They hit you with
Yeah.
what they call architectural signatures and stuff on commercial buildings in Pennsylvania. That gets
That's
quite
okay.
expensive.
Yeah, that's okay. They'd be able to do it.
Oh,
They
they
would
might
make
be
it
able to do it, but what they're going to pay to
No,
do
they
it
would.
is
They would make it happen, and it wouldn't cost you much of anything.
Yeah.
The next person who rents a place would pay for it.
I'm going to tell you something. Now, if I went there to rent an apartment and you got one, and they're both downstairs, all right? So you're not looking at the balcony, which is on all of them,
Yeah.
but you're both downstairs, and you show me one that's got that nice patio covered, and you show me one that doesn't have a patio. Sure, I'm going to tell you that
I
I'd be
want
willing
the
to pay
covered
more money for the patio. That's me. I'd pay more money.
Yep.
oh, sure you might,
And so
Larry,
are
but
most
you're
people.
missing my point.
Well, what I'm
No,
saying
the whole
is,
point is
that is the whole
if you
point. just
if
charge
you
more
add
for
it, you have to leave it, and they'll just raise the rent on the next tenant.
Oh, sure, but I'm just saying,
And that's how it
you
works.
as the person putting it up, Leonard, the architectural signature is probably going to cost you $3,000 just for that.
I doubt it.
Not in the Philippines.
No,
Yeah,
not in the
really.
Philippines. I said in the States.
Yeah.
Even here, and we've got some of the highest code rates there are, and it wouldn't cost you that here because
I
they
guess-
would make it happen.
I
The
guess.
owner of the place would make it happen because
nice-
it's going
like
to
I
make
said,
them money.
My patio's, I got a kitchen table on my patio. All right, I do.
Yeah,
And it's kind of, I can get past it to the other side without too much trouble. But it's kind of short patio because part of the patio is where my neighbor upstairs has to get into to go upstairs. Where at her
Yeah.
balcony, that's all hers.
Right.
But I got a chair. I got it sitting out there, sitting right beside the table on the other side, so I have to go around it because when you first go
Yeah.
out, there's a bush right at the where you would come up, and I don't like
Oh
sitting
yeah.
behind the bush. I like being able to see what's going on.
Well, that's
Like,
the
And
whole
and
point.
as crazy as Pennsylvania is, Delaware is even crazier to do anything.
well, there's a lot of states that got some crazy laws,
Yep.
and there's and that will also vary by in the states by county to county.
In Delaware, you need an architect's signature to put up a fence. I never heard of that anywhere.
No, in New York, I help a friend of mine. We put the fence up. We just made sure we stayed on her property line,
Yep.
and
Delaware, a firefighter got killed in a fire involving a fence, and now you need an architect's signature to put a fence on, even on your own property. So they really went crazy.
well, now,
Electricity too in Delaware is awful crazy.
well, now in New York, you do have to have the utility lines all marked on ground that where they're at, so you don't
Oh,
dig.
everybody's
Oh
like that.
yeah.
Pennsylvania
That's
has
that way
one
pretty
call.
much everywhere. They
You
got
got to
that
call.
here. They had it in Phoenix.
You got to have
They
it out with like within 72 hours of where when you're going to dig.
well, they
Yeah.
gotta come out and mark it within 72 hours before you dig.
Yeah, like I said, within 72 hours, you got to have them out there doing it.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
the
They don't want
owner
it 3 weeks ahead because something could change.
the
Well,
owner of this place hit an electric
they
line in the
mark it.
ground, and they hit the cable in the ground,
Yeah. But I'm
and
just
it
saying,
cost
That's
them
that's lots of
$10,000
money.
a strike.
but I'm just saying, though, in New
That's
York,
cheap.
they'll use color like red paint for one color, something, and maybe yellow for something else. Well,
Well, no, it's blue for water, red for I believe,
electric, I think.
and
Yeah.
orange is for
And
low
orange.
voltage.
Yeah.
There's like 4 different lines you got to mark in color.
Yep.
And like I said, and that can wear out. That's why they got to do it within 72 hours of the
Yeah.
dig.
Well, they come out with stripe paint. It don't wear out that quick. It stays, but
Yeah,
yeah.
but you may cut the grass if it's 3 weeks. You may have to.
I used to have to go out and mark that stuff. I know a lot about it.
Yeah, but I'm just saying though, it's.
I used to mark
do
cable.
it weeks before because of the grass. It grows up. You got to cut it.
You got to put a
Yep.
screamer on.
But
Well, if you're marking grass that can be cut, it's got to be staked with flags.
yeah. Well,
But I used to put a screamer on the cable line, this little loop you put on there, and then I walked around with what they called the dong. I'll say because we're a family channel, and you wave it back and forth, and you follow the line, and
Yeah.
you have
That's how you
marker paint
trace.
in your hand.
Yeah. That's how you trace network cables and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, everything in the ground, and if it's above,
Fox and a hound.
and if it's
Fox and a
above
hound.
ground, then you mark it with like special shape of arrow to signal that it's above you.
I'm doing good, Deborah.
Looks like a
I'm in
lightning
Terre,
bolt.
visiting family. I'm just staying at a hotel so I can do this live stream tonight. I've been staying at my sisters. 2 of my sisters live together,
Well-
and I'll be there again tomorrow night. Then I'm leaving on Monday morning, which will be Monday night for you guys. I'll be leaving. I'll go by and see my mom again. I'll go by and see her tomorrow too, but I'll go by Monday morning just before I leave, and then I'll take off. So far, I've driven over 1,000 miles from my apartment, where I park in my apartment complex, to my sister's parking driveway. Was 905 miles at 0.2. So, it was 905.2 on my trip mileage, and I set it at 0 just before.
How many hours driving's that, Larry? It's got to be a full day's drive.
Oh, it is. That's why I break it up and do it in 2 days.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, the first day was about 8 to 9 hours.
Because that's a 20-hour ride plus.
It's about 9 hours the
Man.
first day, and then the second day wasn't near as much, maybe 6 or 7. It's a lot easier to drive the second day because I drive more than half the first day. I drove over 500 miles the first day, and I only drove a little. I drove less than 400 miles, like about 380 miles the second day. So
Yeah, it
it was
makes
a
it a
lot
little
less
easier.
mileage. Yeah,
Yeah, we used to go from Rock Springs, Wyoming to Sandpoint, and we do it in one drive. We just drive straight through. Only
well, I
time you
used to.
stop is for gas and something to eat.
I used to. I think it
But
I
just
drove
that's been a while ago. I couldn't do that now.
I drove Philly to Hollywood, Florida in one drive, and then I drove back in one drive. That's like a 26-hour ride.
well, when I lived up close to my oldest sister in New York, up around Rochester, that was a lot closer. That was only 600, almost 700 miles, just under 700 miles. I used to drive that in a day all the time.
Yeah,
And then I got older, and it's like forget that. I'd stop at Ashland, and that was about halfway. So I'd stop at Ashland, going home and coming in, and
yeah,
then I moved to where I'm at, and it's like I'm not. And I stopped in Ashland. This last time I stopped in Ashland going home, I just had so much. I got there so early. It's like I got a few hours. I can still drive. I'm going to drive to Erie, Pennsylvania. So I drive. The first part is the longest going, coming and going home both. It'll be around 500 miles both ways, and then the last part will be a little over 300 and some miles, and
I used to drink those.
it's easier.
I used to drink those 5-hour energy shots, and then
Yep.
they had the off-brand, which were 6-hour energy shots. So I'd get two of them and two of the 5 hours, and drink them along the way. When I'd start to get tired, all I could tell you is I couldn't really feel the effect of them, but I'd notice that an hour after, like drinking one of them, I'm squeezing the steering wheel tighter.
I I drink either
They definitely worked.
I either drink Coke Zero or coffee because if I don't, when I was driving to Ashland, not home, but when I was driving to Ashland the first day, I was starting to fight sleep, so I had to pull over, take a break, get something, and I did. I just got a Coke Zero, some with caffeine in it. Got back in the car, started drinking the Coke Zero, woke myself right up, and I kept driving. And so, like I said, I either drink coffee or Coke. Usually, if it's early in the day, I'll get coffee. I'll probably have coffee when I leave Monday. I'll go by and, like I said, I'll go by and see my mom, and then I'm going to take 40 instead of 70. It's uh, it's slower in that the speed is slower, but it's quicker in that you don't have the traffic tie up that you'll get on the throughway sometimes. It may take you a little longer, but it's a whole lot less frustrating.
It's like driving across Pennsylvania. It's easier to go into Maryland and up through Delaware than drive across the Pennsylvania Turnpike.
Oh yeah, because trucks and Indiana even makes it worse. Okay, Indiana does make it worse, and I hate it. They have one speed limit for cars and a different speed limit for trucks. That
You want to
causes bottlenecks.
you want a crazy one? The Pennsylvania Turnpike to go from Western PA, where I'm at, to the Philadelphia region is like $45 or $50 anymore. It's not cheap.
Oh no,
If I drive south through Maryland to the Baltimore Beltway and then up 95, it costs me $8 across the Susquehanna. That's the only toll I pay unless I go to Jersey, and it's like a 45-minute longer ride, but it's a nicer ride the whole way because you're driving through the mountains on like a basic same type of highway, except it's free.
well now when I came this time, I took 30 US 30. I usually take 70, and it was a much nicer drive. It's a throughway. There's trucks in it, but a lot fewer trucks. The traffic flows much smoother. But now when I go back, I'm going to go 40, which I'll have more little towns that I'll go through, which I don't mind. and so it'll add time to my drive. That's fine.
I'm
I'll
like,
drive that all the way over to Ohio at least, and maybe into Ohio, and then I'll jump off 40 before I get to Ashland. I mean, yeah, Ashland. I'll get off on the
I'm
70.
like 56 to 99 to 130, which is the beltway around Baltimore, I believe, and then 95 north for 5 hours.
Well, I
It's
thought
That's
about
such a
weird.
doing.
better ride.
Yeah, it's weird you have a 95 north out there
We don't.
or 95 at all because there's a 95 that runs from Canada to Mexico.
Oh, well, I'm talking about 95 that goes from Maine to Florida.
You got to remember, you got interstate, U.S., and they have the same numbers.
Interstate
Well,
95 that goes, they call it the I-95 corridor. It runs all the way down the East Coast.
And then you
but
got
see, the
U.S.
odd numbers are north and south.
Right, that's
Even numbers are
95.
east and west.
Yeah, and you
Yeah,
And
and
know the version. Go ahead.
I'm talking about 95 runs from the Canadian border through Idaho into Nevada, through Nevada into and down through Arizona, all the way to Mexico.
Well, there's a lot of different roads.
well, 99, you're going east to west. 56, they might call it north to south, but I'm taking it east. 130 is a beltway.
If
It's a
it's
ring around Baltimore.
If it's
well,
an
yeah,
even number, it's usually east and west.
that's what it's supposed to be, and
And
an odd
and
number is supposed to be
if
north
it
and
ends
south.
in a zero, if it's not now, at one time it was a cross country uh, road.
Like 10 and
40,
90 and
yeah, 40 used to start in, I want to say Maine somewhere, and ended in California. It no longer runs that long.
Well, I-95 runs all the way down next to A1A in Florida, Route 1. Route 1 also goes from,
You're
like,
right. And Dan says the best part of Buffalo is Niagara Falls. I have to agree with him.
yeah, that's for sure.
Have you ever been?
No.
I've been there a few
I
times.
haven't.
I have.
Yeah, I haven't.
But then again,
I've
when
got
I
a
lived
good
in,
I've got a good friend who used to lived in Niagara Falls.
some people that live in Niagara Falls have never been to the falls.
That's kind of crazy.
He
Well, that's like when I used
he
to live at
went.
the shore. I'd never go to
He's
the
now in
beach.
South Carolina.
But I used to only live about 2 hours from the falls. Hour and a half to 2 hours, depending on traffic. So I used to go up to the falls, every year, something like that. And then COVID, and then I haven't been up there in a while. But I want to
Well,
go up again.
that seemed to mess everybody's routine up.
But they got this. One of these days, I got to find out if they even have it open anymore. They had this attraction called Cave of the Winds.
Oh, that's the one that goes behind the falls.
No, that's on the Canadian side. On the American side, the Cave of the Winds, you go down right in front of it. You go right down to the bottom in front, and they build these.
Okay.
They build these platforms that you can go out.
Well, they had some big rock fall off the falls the other year. So I don't know what they still have.
But no, they rebuild this platform every year. They got to take it down. It's built of wood.
They had this rock fall off. I forget which side it was on. It was the size of like a motorhome, like a big one.
Yeah. But anyway, it's down there. I think it's the Bridal Shower, which is a small falls. But anyway, you go down. You have to go down to the bottom. I'm not going to go into how you get down there, but what the hell? You take an elevator down. You don't walk down. And they used to give you canvas shoes. And I mean, like made out of burlap sacks. And that you put on so you wouldn't slip. It would give you some grip. Well, now they give you a water sandal, a cheap one, but a water sandal. It's included with the cost of your admission. And then you go down there and they give you like a plastic rain jacket, and you go down there and you can get. Well, I mean, they got this one part of the platform called the hurricane deck. You go on the hurricane deck, you're going to get wet. So you better put that. You better put that poncho on.
John's
And
Johnstown has the inclined plane.
Yeah, is that the one that it looks like you're being when going uphill and just like coasting uphill?
It's a vertical like rail car.
Okay. Well, I'm going to say in Pennsylvania somewhere they got this hill.
We got a couple of them. Gravity Hill.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you're actually going downhill, but it looks like you're going uphill. And
You think you're going uphill?
It looks like you're going uphill.
There's a spot in a canyon in, I'm wanting to say northern Utah, that either that or it's in western Wyoming.
They got one that they
Where,
claim
Tim
magnetism
He doesn't
around
think the Cave of the Winds is open anymore. Like I said, I'll find out because I'll go up there anyway. I like Niagara Falls, and if it's not open,
yeah,
it's not open.
but this
I'll do
this
the,
you're driving
I'll
up.
do the mist.
You're driving up the road, and it looks like the river is flowing uphill.
Well, they got Gravity Hill around here. They claim it's magnetism. You stop on it and put your car in neutral, and you start rolling, but you're literally rolling uphill.
Like I said, they got what they say.
That's possible.
It's actually a optical illusion.
Optical illusion.
You're actually going downhill, but it looks like you're going up.
We have ringing rocks here too, where I live.
But
have you ever hit a ringing rock?
This river.
Tim says he says he doesn't think the Cave of the Winds aren't open anymore, and he should know by next week. Let me know.
These rocks, there's a couple places. The Ringing Rocks campground in Pennsylvania, and there's Ringing Rocks out here where I am, right in my street. You walk through the woods, you got this big chunk of like rockets, piece of high iron rock. You can literally bust it up and make steel out of it. But if you hit it with a sledgehammer, it rings.
Yeah. That would make sense.
Such high iron content. Sounds like you're hitting an anvil.
Like I said, when I go up there, if the Cave of the Winds is not open, I'll do the Maid of the Mist. Now, the Maid of the Mist you can do from the Canadian side or the American side. It's a boat that you catch the boat that takes you down to the bottom, close to the falls. So you catch the springs. But it's a tourist boat. You go down there, and you can do it. I've done it too. I like the Cave of the Winds better. I really do. I've done the Cave of the Winds more than once. I've only done the Maid of the Mist once.
Well, that's what's kind of cool about living in Western PA here. They call us, I live in the Laurel Highlands.
Yeah.
The mountains, the Allegheny Mountains west of east of Pittsburgh.
Well, where I live, I'm just right outside of the Adirondacks.
We are what they call the Western Poconos as a slang term. It's a very popular resort area starting like about now through the end of August. Everybody comes in camping.
Well, like I said, that town I just did, Lake George, that is a tourist town. And that's in the Adirondacks. That's actually in the mountain of the Adirondacks.
And I think I was telling Leonard the other day, they're building all kinds of military hardware here.
Yeah.
For the Ukrainian war.
You mentioned that on Dan's channel just the other night.
Yeah.
And
yeah, you did.
But like I said, though, now we got outside of Rochester area down towards what is it, Perry and Mount. Trying to think of the name. I want to say Mount Vernon, but that's not right. But anyway, down in that area there, they got a place called it's a state park called Letchworth Park. Now, Letchworth Park was owned by a lawyer, real rich lawyer, and when he passed away, he left the land to the state with the stipulation that it would be a park. It's got 3 falls on it, the lower, middle, and upper. His house has been turned into a upstairs is a hotel, basically an inn. You know, you can rent the rooms. The one room, I think they call the honeymoon suite. It's the most popular. but you got to book it like a year or more in advance because it's the one room that you can see all three falls from. They got the restaurant downstairs. They got a gift shop, and then they got all these things that you can go around and see. But like I said, it's the main attraction. It happens to be the falls, and it's called the Grand Canyon of the East. And it is something to see. Now, at our age, Leonard, we can get it for free. As I don't know if you have to be a state
Sounds
resident.
good to me.
I don't know if you have to be a state resident, but if you're over 65, might even be 62, you can get in free, and everybody in your car gets in free with you.
We got a thing going on here in Pennsylvania that a town might have to change its name because they basically kidnapped somebody to name the town after them. Have you ever heard of Jim Thorpe, Pennsylvania?
Never heard of Jim Thorpe, Pennsylvania. I heard of Jim Thorpe.
Well, they
Yep.
kidnapped Jim Thorpe's body and entombed him in Mock Chunk, Pennsylvania.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And yeah, and they put his body there as a monument, thinking it would like attract people to Mock Chunk, Pennsylvania. And he has this big like granite stone next to a highway. That's this is a little pull off.
Jim says Letchworth Park is about 40-minute drive from his hometown.
And now
Jim, have you been there a few times?
Now his Indian tribe wants his body back.
I don't blame him. But now we got a town that's quite famous, and it's very small. Santa Claus.
Oh, yes.
Santa Claus.
Postage stamps. The postage cancellation.
Yeah.
That's Indiana, isn't it? Or is that New York?
Santa Claus, Indiana.
Yes. I've heard of that.
There's a very famous football player that came from there. Not as famous as Jim Thorpe. Okay. I should back that off. There's a well-known quarterback that came from Santa Claus. Now that his name's skipping my mind right now. He played for Chicago, and he played for, I want to say Denver.
The Bears.
Yeah. But
I just love to say that.
Jay Cutler, if I remember right, is the guy's name. But that was his hometown. I mean, small. I mean, Santa Claus is small.
Oh yeah, they got this little post office that stamps like millions of cards or something.
Oh yeah, and they've got a theme park there. They got people that have the white beard all year round. They got what they call Holiday Land. That was just known as.
They had a guy who had a toy store there on TV one time.
But there are guys there that wear beards, and they work. They got guys that play Santa Claus with real beards.
Hey, let's work it if you can do it, right?
Oh yeah. But they thought about changing the town's name to Holiday Land, but that was a no-go. Nobody wanted that. They wanted to keep it Santa Claus. Now we have another town back when Clinton was elected. Mailed out a lot of letters. Clinton, Indiana, which is about 15, maybe 20 miles from where I live, or where I used to live here. And now Clinton, if you're back here during the right time of year, is a great place to go up if you like spaghetti, because they have the little Italian festival, and they have these little miniature like Indy cars, and they have a street race for the Indy cars, and all kinds of Italian.
Oh, everybody's pushing all that kind of stuff. We got that all over Western PA.
No, they've been doing this for well over 40 years.
Yeah, that's Western PA. They got all kinds of little. I do a festival every weekend out here. No, I got one for you.
I've been somewhere neither of you been.
What's that?
Lund, Idaho.
There you go.
Nope, never been there.
Nope.
I got one for you. When I lived in Delaware City,
the road sign going through one time, and I had some extra time, so I went. It's where they make Lund speedboats.
Now,
There you go.
now, this town is not named after any of us, but it's a small town in Texas. I was wondering if you ever been there. Mundy. Mundy is a very small town. I had a cousin that used to live in Mundy.
Yeah.
When I lived in Delaware City, they had Clinton Street, and
Yeah.
the bar on Clinton Street is called Lewinsky's. So they had Lewinsky's on Clinton.
That would be pretty good.
Oh, it was funny for a while. They closed it eventually, but
I was going to say they probably shut that down.
they went out of that like after a couple of years ago. The owners got in a fight. One of them grabbed all the money and left town.
Yeah. Now, Tim says Jim Thorpe actually trained with Pop Warner in his hometown.
Yep.
And Leonard, this is something you might find interesting. I have been to London, British Columbia, Canada.
Ah, cool. I have not, at least not that I know of.
Now,
Well,
I've been to BC a lot, but
Mock
I
Chunk,
don't remember
which is
that.
Jim Thorpe, had the original rail car system in the United States to transport coal.
now
So they had the Switchback Railroad, which is now a bicycle trail. They also had the first inclined plane train, and the Switchback Railroad became the original roller coaster.
now,
Summit Hill, PA.
now, Tim, I got a question. Is Lund close to Buffalo area, or is it quite a ways away from there?
British Columbia is a long ways from New York.
No.
British Columbia is west coast of
British
Canada.
Columbia.
Yeah,
Russia.
British Columbia is
Well, they call the
California
English part
side.
on the other side, because in the middle you got two English sections, and in the middle is the French section.
Montreal.
Toronto is in the
That's far.
English.
That's farther east. British
Oh, here you'll
Columbia.
love this one.
It's British
Do you
Columbia,
know?
Alberta, Saskatchewan, and I can't remember for sure which one comes next. But that's
Well,
going west to east.
Here
And
you'll like this one.
Tim can correct me if I'm wrong.
If you drew a straight line across from New York to the Midwest, over half the Canadian population would live in the United States.
if
Well,
what?
that's because the border
If
is
you
on
drew a
the
straight line
latitude
across.
line, not
Yeah.
a straight line.
Yes.
That's
but-
because the latitude lines are not.
So
Oh,
many
straight.
Canadians live within 200 miles of the United States border.
Yeah, they do. They live real.
Yep.
Because most of Canada is actually empty land.
Yes.
It's,
That's how come they have such a problem with the wildfires up there right now, because there's no roads to get into them.
Oh, it's about a 6-hour drive from Vancouver. Yeah, you're over on the west coast. I mean, yeah, the west coast, because I've been to Vancouver, Canada.
Yeah, I've
Vancouver.
been to BC a lot. I'm from North Idaho, so I've been to BC a lot.
Canada's got a problem
We
coming
walk
up
the
where
Banff all the time.
so much of their national highways built on permafrost, and the permafrost is melting.
Well, I was stationed in a place called Bremerton, which is right across the Puget Sound from Seattle. We were up there in dry docks in Bremerton, Washington.
Where were you at, Bremerton?
Bremerton, yeah. That's right across the Puget Sound from.
I was going to say it's one of the furthest north naval installations within the boundaries of the United States.
It's one of them, yeah. It's a dry dock base.
Yes.
It repairs ships. Puget Sound is one of the few waterways in the United States deep enough for aircraft carriers. It's one of the few freshwater places that are deep enough for aircraft carriers.
Bayliner Boats is out there somewhere too, the original Bayliner facility.
But anyway, I was in there, and I was on a nuclear cruiser. She was in dry docks. That's where I picked her up at. I got transferred to her, but she was up there. Now, Mr. Burton, which is one of my fellow ship servicemen that I served with, and a couple other guys. We all decided we were going to go to British Canada. We were going to go to Vancouver because we figured, hey, we're not going to get any closer than this, while we're in the service, so we might as well go. So we went up on a weekend. We left on a Friday, came back on a Sunday. At least a couple of us. A couple just went up one night and came back the next day. And so I went to Vancouver, gorgeous city, and the nicest city. Now, I'm not going to say it is anymore from what I hear, but when I was up in that area, one of the prettiest big cities I ever saw was Seattle. It was a gorgeous city. They kept it clean.
Oh, Seattle's gorgeous.
I don't know
Well, it
about
was
now.
anyway. I
As
haven't
I said,
been
I
there
don't
for
know about
years.
now.
But
I don't know about now because
I
from
don't
what I
know
hear,
either.
it's not near as good as it used to be.
It's been 30 years since I've been there.
A tad bit longer for me. We're looking at over 40 years since I was there. We're talking about 45 years ago.
Last time I was there was probably in 78.
Last time I was there, I turned 20. I want to say 26.
Yeah.
Maybe
I
20,
was over there
25,
for a
25
tournament.
or 26. 25 or
Yeah.
26. I went up
Yeah,
for
I
my
was over
birthday.
there for
I
a
was farther
tournament. So.
south. I was at a place called Pacific Beach, Washington. I was shore duty there, and we went up
Yeah.
for my birthday the last time, and I want to say it was when I turned 26. So that was
Okay, Tim.
43 going on about 43 going on 44 years ago.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, it was 78 or 9 last time I was in Seattle. But like I say, I went there for a tournament, so
I've never been that far west.
don't know what
I
you're
was
missing,
stationed
man.
in San Diego for years.
Yeah.
But
I'm with you,
Hey,
Leonard.
Tim,
It's the
I'll
cost
have
to
to
go.
look for it.
I love San Diego was great. I love San Diego. But
For a bigger city, as I from what I've been told, San Diego's a pretty good place to be.
well, when I was in
If you're going to
San
be in
Diego,
a bigger city.
the bus system is phenomenal. Especially if I lived in San Diego as a retired person, I wouldn't own a car. Wouldn't do it. The bus system runs almost 24/7. Now you may have to wait a couple hours on the late at night or on the weekend, like a Sunday or something. But the
I'm
bus
sure there
system,
are routes that do run 24/7.
yeah, there are. There's routes that run 24/7. But like I said,
Yep.
there might be an hour where there might only be a half hour during the busy season, the busy times of the day, maybe an hour, hour and a half.
Hey, Crystal.
Hey, Crystal, how you doing? Didn't notice you come in.
I just saw her.
That's part of the problem in Philadelphia. They were supposed to put a subway in the Northeast Philly and never did.
Yeah. I'm not talking about Subway. I just had a sub tonight. I did. I had the Outlaw. It's a steak sub, one of their supposedly cheesesteaks. I wouldn't call it a cheesesteak, but it was a
Thank God.
huh?
I said, thank God you wouldn't call it a cheesesteak. I'm from Pennsylvania.
I'll put it this way: it is a cheesesteak, but not a Philly cheesesteak. Okay. Well, let's go that way. But it had pepper jack cheese and chipotle cheese spread. And I had onions and red green peppers and stuff on it. But that was my supper tonight. I got that. But it was very good. I don't
Way
do
too much
so good.
carbs.
I got the multigrain bread, the hearty multigrain bread.
That's a little
That's
less
still
bad.
too many carbs.
What's that? Yeah.
That's still
Yeah,
too many
it's a
carbs.
little less.
Now,
It's a
Chris-
little less bad, but
Now, Crystal, I don't know if you can see it. Crystal says she's waiting on Sir Dan and Man Nimmy. They're coming over.
oh,
So they're going. I thought that's where they were going to visit.
they're
Crystal.
going to meet you, Crystals. Cool.
Yeah, her
I
and
know
Mark.
they had talked about it, but I didn't know what the end result was.
You know, they're going to meet up. whether it's I don't know what day, but she goes, "Sir Dan, I'm in his journey mornings, sir." And Crystal, I don't know if they're still on here. They were on here earlier. They had arrived in San Fernando already, and they came up for a little bit while they were on the bus, and said hi and said they were on the way. And then they got there and said they were there. So I don't know if they're still monitoring the chat or not, but we're having a
I
good time.
haven't seen them for a while, but
I haven't either, but that doesn't mean they're not in the background.
yeah, right. They can be in the background.
But so anyway,
They certainly have a good time. I'll tell them that.
Yep.
Well, like I said, I mean,
That's what it's all about.
That's
Yep.
right. The retirement. Dan earned the retirement.
Yep.
So he should
Well,
enjoy
Minnie
it.
earned hers too.
What did Dan used to do?
Dan
He
was
was a
a
social worker,
caregiver employee. He worked for welfare department.
Nice.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
he's got his retirement from the state of California, and he's got his Social Security. So he's got a good retirement.
Yeah.
Now-
And then Minnie's got Social Security too, I think.
I don't know if nothing else, she's on his. If she don't have her own, she worked.
Huh?
She may have. I don't know if she's old enough to draw her own. She's quite a bit younger than Dan.
Oh, well, she may not be.
Yeah.
That's right. She may not be.
But she
She's
will
quite
get
a bit
hers at
younger
a
than
certain
Dan.
the right age. But it may be better for her
Right.
if Dan passes to take survivor benefits.
They took my brother's Social Security.
Well, what
He
happened?
doesn't get that.
Well, my mom.
He's got a
How do they
railroad
manage that?
pension.
You should be able to get both.
No.
No, the
If
railroaders don't get
if
Social
he
Security.
qualifies for both, he will draw both.
He can't draw Social Security because
Railroad workers
the
cannot.
railroad takes you out of it.
Yeah, they take you out of. You cannot
Well,
draw both.
if
You cannot draw
okay,
both. I had a uncle.
But my brother draws 80% of 150,000 a year. So he's doing quite well.
that should be enough. Yeah, he should be able to tighten his belt up enough to get by on that.
That's why and his wife gets half of his pension in her check, and they took her out of Social Security too.
Well,
So-
because so the railroad workers aren't entitled. It's some way.
He's not a federal railroad worker though. He's the second largest railway system in the country, but he's New Jersey Transit.
I had an uncle. Matter
But
of fact,
if that pays into the railroad workers' pension plan, which it probably does,
No, it's
then that's
different.
why.
It's like its own private little thing. It's just like them, but they're the same. And the reason why New Jersey's so big is everybody goes to New York every day.
Man is too young to get Social Security. Now, my mom,
Yeah, that's true.
when she started drawing Social Security, she took survivor's benefits because my mom didn't work for years. Well, she worked taking care of the family, but she didn't work for years
yeah,
as
she
far as
didn't have
outside
a-
the house. We had
yeah.
7 kids. She took care of the family. She took care of the house until my dad went on total disability. Then she went back to work. So she worked 10 years or more after my dad went on total disability.
Well, kind of think of it. My sister-in-law was drawing Social Security for like a year and a half or two till my brother retired. And then when he retired, they bought her Social Security out, his Social Security out, and they go to this New Jersey Transit Railroad Workers Fund.
Yeah, but they made out better that way.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
My brother's the only New Jersey Transit rail worker whose station is not in New Jersey or New York. They're in Pennsylvania, right across from New Jersey, because that's where the trains end.
Like with Mimi, though, once she's old enough to get Social Security, it may benefit her to go on Dan's instead of taking her own.
Oh, definitely.
because what they do, your Social Security is based on your income, and it's over so
Yeah.
many years. Well, she's not working now, so those years are going to be zero pay. So that will lower the amount she'll get.
She might be entitled to half of Dan's pension too, being his surviving
That's what I'm
spouse.
saying. That's what I'm saying.
She
When
might
Dan
be
passes
entitled to
away,
all of it.
no, no,
Yeah, well,
no,
that's true too.
no. Survivor benefits will be about half.
No, I'm talking about his pension.
I don't know about his pension. I'm talking about his Social Security.
Yeah.
Minnie
Yeah,
will be
Social
very
Security.
happily taken care of.
Yep.
If they're married 10 years, which they've been married over 10 years,
Yeah, they've been married a lot longer than
you're a
that.
U.S. citizen, which she is.
Yep.
Even if she gets her Filipino citizen, it'll be dual citizenship.
She'll still have her Social Security
I was gonna say,
number.
well, no, it'll be dual citizenship. She can get
Yep.
half his pay. She can get his spousal benefits.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which will be about almost as much as he's getting, not quite. It's over half, but I can't remember how much over. Like if I got
I
married,
can't remember the exact number.
if I got married and my wife was entitled to get Social Security, which we have to be married 5 years before she could get it. She has to
Actually,
be a
it's
US
10.
citizen. No, 10.
It's
where
10
she can
years.
get, no, 10's where she can get it if we get divorced. All right, 5
Well, you
years
have-
before we can get it. Where she
She
get it.
has to live in the United States for 5.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, though, she can't get it if we get a divorce unless we're married 10. If you're married 10 years and you get a divorce, she can still get it.
Right.
All right, but
I
if
don't
you're
know.
not
I don't
married
know
10
how all that works. Doesn't affect me.
I do know because my sister has
Yeah.
been through this. And, but,
I got to check some
and
numbers out.
I also read there's something I read about it somewhere else. But she's got to be a U.S. citizen, and she got to. I don't something about 5 years living in the States or being a
Yeah,
citizen.
she has to be. She has to be in the United States for 5 years, and have a green card
Oh, I
or
thought you got,
Social Security card. Has to have a Social Security card. That's what it is.
yeah. But now, if you're married 10 years, she's entitled. If you get a divorce, for the spousal benefits. Even though you're no longer married, she can still get spousal benefits from your Social Security if you're married 10 years.
I know a lot of
Yeah, I
retired
gotta-
people though, and a lot of
I gotta
people even
check
have
numbers
much
out.
better jobs. My brother has like the most incredible retirement I've ever seen.
Well, my cousin
Well, that's
George,
because they're on a pension, not on 401ks and all the other bullshit they
What
got
is it?
now.
my
Yeah,
cousin,
he's on his. He only worked there for 17 and a half years.
well, like I said, my cousin George, he's a construction electrician. He works. He makes $40 an hour when he works, straight time, no overtime. Now he's 11 days older than I am. He's retired. He's allowed to work 600 hours a year, and it won't affect his retirement. So he does every summer.
Well, if
until
he's over his full retirement age, him
I'm
being
talking
over
about
his
his-
full
I'm talking about
retirement
his-
age.
I'm talking about his pension from the union.
IBREW,
Oh, okay.
I'm
I
not-
thought you were
International
talking about
Brotherhood
Social
of
Security.
Electrical Workers.
Yeah.
IBREW.
I understand.
I'm not-
I
I don't-
understand, Larry. All right.
I'm
I
talking
was
about
mixed up.
his pension.
Thank
He's
you
only
for
allowed to
correcting
work-
me.
He's only allowed 600 hours a year. Well, you take 600 hours a year at $400. I mean, $40 an hour. That's a whole lot of cash. And
That's 24,000.
but he's
My brother used to make 4 holidays because he was in the overtime all the time, like $113 an hour.
from my understanding, it's 600 hours at straight time. So he probably has to take holidays off because they get triple time.
My brother was getting. Well,
Yeah.
my brother could never get holidays.
Yeah.
He would basically work. He was off like Tuesday and Wednesday, and a lot of times only gave him 1 day a week off.
Well, they want
And he had
they
to work
want
every
George-
weekend, holidays, nothing mattered because
Well,
it's
they
a
wanted
train,
George
you
to
know.
work today. We're having the family reunion. They wanted to come into work today, And they asked him earlier in the week, and he said, no. He says, I got family stuff going on, you know. And there were some others turned down today. Now, I see they're building a casino here locally, real close to here. And that's what he's working on. He's working at the casino that they're building here in Indiana.
Yeah.
Oh God, they do so much low voltage wiring for them casinos.
Yeah.
Because every
Yeah.
slot machine,
I
every
used to-
game has to be wired.
Yeah.
So
A
that's
couple
where
jobs
he's
I
working.
worked on.
He said he'll work to
I
about
used to
September.
volunteer for every holiday because it was double time and a half. And then somebody would always call off for the next shift. So I'd end up getting 2 shifts, a double time and a half. And actually, the second shift was triple time.
Yeah. I'm gonna
Yeah,
tell
that
you,
was like my brother would get come the holiday, he would get all this stacked up overtime at like insane amounts of money.
Yep.
now, Tim, I'm going to tell you something. Tim says he wasn't married long enough for his ex-wife to get anything from his benefits. The thing
And
is,
then they didn't have.
that doesn't affect
Here's
his
one.
benefits even if she got it.
Here's one for you too. The New Jersey Transit guys didn't have a contract for like 5 years. When they settled the contract, they had to pay them all kinds of back money. And because they didn't get the back benefits, they gave him the value of the back benefits. He made I want to say $70,000 to $100,000 on that alone.
I'm going to say because a lot of times what you'll do, they'll retroactive the pay raise.
Yeah. Oh, they retroactive it, but since the benefits increased too, and they didn't get the benefit of those benefits, they increased and paid them all that too. It was like, I can't explain it all because I don't know all the very particulars, but he would tell me like at the holidays when we were talking, be like, bro, man, you won't believe the money I just got. It's like they didn't pay it to him at once, though. They paid it to him like quarterly till they did it.
Yeah. My
oldest nephew, that saves him taxes and also saves them
it
kind
helps
of fees
spread
and
out the
stuff.
payment, so they're not out all that money at one time.
Yep.
But my oldest nephew, if he was here, he could probably explain that to you, Ed.
And here's another one that you'll love.
When he's a labor lawyer.
They signed him out in January when he retired. They're finally just catching up with him now because they had to figure out all the back contracts and what he was entitled to, what he wasn't. And he just started getting checks, like I'll say back in April. And he retired in January.
Yeah. Well, like I said,
that's always nice.
When my cousin retired, he didn't even touch his Social Security for a few years. I don't know if
they paid him like back interest on a little bit of time there. And New Jersey Transit is like the ultimate place you can retire.
Hey, Crazy Kid, how you doing, man?
We should all be so lucky.
That's Corey. But it's something else. I just noticed that. That's a StreamYard up at the top above the front pictures and stuff. The StreamYard tells me I'm in Terre Haute, Indiana, like I didn't know, but it tells me where I'm at. I never noticed that before. But, like I said, my cousin George, now I have a better education, but he done a whole lot better in life, and I'm very proud of the boy.
Well, IBRU, man, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. It's like one of the strongest unions in this country.
Well, he started off, he went Army, I went Navy. Like I said, we're 11 days apart in age. And now he's married. He's got 3 kids, a couple grandkids. But he got out. He went to work in a factory, hated it, absolutely hated the job. I think he had almost 20 years there. I know he had over 10 because 10 is all you need to get a retirement out of this place. I know he had that. And I'm not sure if he got to 20 yet, but he got close to 20 years there. And he got a chance to go into being an electrician. Now, when he first went in, he wasn't in the union. It was an electrical contractor, called him up, asked him if he's still interested in working. He took the job, made about half the amount of money as he was as a factory worker. Because, like I said, he wasn't union, he wasn't construction, he was residential. They don't make as good as money. And so the guy, he ended up getting into the union through this guy's help. And it was residential. He worked residential for 5 years, then transferred into construction. And he worked construction for almost 20 years. And like I said, once you got in the union, naturally, no matter whether you're residential or construction, you're paying into the retirement because you're in the union.
Right.
And so he retired. He was 65 years old. He retired. Now, he didn't touch his Social Security until I don't think he took his Social Security. He hit 66 because he didn't need it. And I know for a few years, all he did was bank it because his house he's got paid for, his property's paid for. Hell, when he's added so much stuff to his property. He had a one-story house. Now he's got a two-story. He built it himself. He did almost all the work himself. He's building a garage. He just built, So he's done all this work. But like I said, before when he was a kid, he worked drywall when he was a teenager during the summer, and so he's done all this kind of work. And like I said, I mean, he took his talents without, like I said, he didn't get the education I got, but he had better talents in a lot of things, and he put them to very good use. And I, like an idiot, didn't. I don't blame anybody but me, and I'm happy whenever somebody does better. I could have got into construction as a general laborer. I had the connections, and that wasn't my cousin because it was before my cousin got into it. I had an ex-brother-in-law that was in construction.
I'm from the Philly region. The only way you were getting into unions there was buy your ticket.
Well, with us, it would have been family getting me in.
Well, in Philly, I don't care if it's family or not.
Well, I'm not saying I wouldn't have had to pay somebody to get in, but they would get me in whatever way I had to go because a lot of times that's how you got in. You know somebody.
In Philly, it was $5,000 or $10,000 plus you had to know somebody.
Like I said, it might have cost me some money. I don't know because I never checked into it like an idiot.
They always talk about how they get you in, but they don't. They always talk about it, but they never tell you about the money side of it. It's like organized crime to get in. At least it is in Philly.
Well, like I said, my brother-in-law's father was in it. He got him in. They were steam fitters.
Even my brother to get in the railroad. Yeah. He backhandedly paid some dirty nose guy, so to speak.
Yeah. But, see, when I was younger, I always thought I'd drive semis cross country. That was my goal when I was a kid, up until my early 20s. When I got out of the Navy, I don't know if you remember the time that's when they started transporting a lot of trailers cross country by trains. So they cut back on the number of truck drivers they needed.
Yeah, I remember when they were doing that.
All right. Well, that's when I got out. So they were laying truck drivers off.
When I graduated in 82, I graduated in the basically 3 Mile Island, the nuclear accident, and the biggest fiasco of layoffs in the nation's history with the steel workers and all. And I lived in a steel neighborhood. The bars were full of drunken steel workers 6 days a week because they were all collecting extended unemployment.
Yeah. Well, like I said, though,
horrible.
I knew people that had drivers that drove for them, but they ended up having to lay drivers off and go back to driving themselves.
Then,
because of the transportation of the trailers by rail car.
Then you'll hear if you hear them talk about politics, you hear them talk about Bucks in Montgomery County. Well, all them laid off steel workers became non-contract framers and construction workers and build all them housing developments.
Yeah. But so, like I said, ended up not driving trucks, and by the time it started opening back up, I was in my 30s. Uh, my father
Being a
passed away, uh, so I
being a whole group of my friends are like screwed because we don't have retirements. We didn't get the jobs. We were at that like niche point where nothing worked out for so many people. People that are a few years younger than me all had better jobs, and people that are a few years older than me all had better jobs. But if you graduated, say, from 80 to 84, we got left behind. That's when pensions were going away. Everything was going 401k.
gotta
It was
shut
a,
this off.
it was a really bad time. And a lot of us got lost. I have no Social Security and no retirement.
Yeah.
What am I going to do? I'm 58 years old. I'm blind, and I'm having a hell of a time getting my insurance to pay for the cataract operation.
That phone's going dead. I gotta kill it.
So I'm
Down
like,
to 5%.
I'm jammed up.
Yeah. But no, like I said, I should have tried something else. And like I said, my whole life I thought I'm going to drive trucks. That was my goal. And I got out of the Navy. And it was the wrong time. Probably should have just stayed in the Navy. I could have retired at 38, get a second job, work till I got my Social Security. And if I got a retirement from that, fine. If I didn't, I had my Navy retirement plus Social Security.
I got left on the streets. I've been on the streets since I was 12.
But well, I did
My
over 6
father
years.
left when I was 14.
So I did over 6.5 years active in the Navy, and like I said, I should have probably just stayed in. But I got a thing that hurt me there was Vietnam ended while I was in, and they decided they wanted to cut back on the number of people serving. They didn't. They felt, well, Nam being over, you don't need all these service people. Navy,
Well, they
Marine,
wanted us
Army,
to go
Air
in, but
Force.
then
So they wanted to cut back.
they had Iraq 1.
Yeah.
And
Well,
then
no,
they followed that up a decade later or so with Iraq 2
yeah.
and the Afghan War.
This is the mid 70s, so there was no Iraq yet.
Yeah, I know.
And so what they decided to do was they used to have the on your weight, they took your age, your build in consideration. So I am big bone, and at my age with my build at that time, I was allowed to weigh a little over 200 pounds, and they decided nope, everybody's got to weigh this at that height. We're going on the small built person. So I went from maybe 10 or 15 pounds, about 10 pounds overweight, to 40 pounds overweight, all with a stroke of a pen. And so they started the process. Now, I could have fought it, and they would have gave me more time to try to lose the weight. I don't know if I'd have been able to do it, but I sure could have gave it a college try. But I decided to go ahead and get out. And then, like I said, then the trucking industry shit the bed at the same time. Excuse my French. But so I was really a boneheaded. I should have fought it and tried to stay in. And, but I did.
I was in the food business when all the theme restaurants came along and hired all the Guatemalans.
Well, I worked in the restaurant before I went in. But when I got out, I worked in gas stations, factories. Then I went to college, got out, worked at security for a while, then went back to college, stayed with security. And I had a chance to work at, I took an interview and did real well. And it was a financial place, Penn Finance or something like that. They were, I'd put down interested in insurance because I was thinking about insurance investigation, along with my background. And because I put down insurance, this financial place contacted me, wanted to do an interview. I went to the interview, did real well. They wanted me to go back for a second interview, and I turned it down like an idiot. I mean, I should have took the second interview, and then if I decided I really didn't want to do it, if they offered it to me, I could have said no then. But I should have took that second interview and maybe done something with it.
We graduated into so much nightmare, mess, and unemployment.
Well, actually, this was all back in the 80s.
Well, the 80s and 90s, nothing got straightened out till almost the year 2000. When Clinton was in, it got good for a little bit, and then it got crazy again.
But I know a lot of people did quite well in the 80s. I just wasn't one of them.
I know a handful of people that did okay, but nobody did really well that was working in Levittown area because of the steel mill.
No, it's the area you're at, but I knew a lot of guys and met a lot more.
I was in the Rust Belt.
Yeah, well, I'm not, but I'm talking about these were college guys that graduated that got.
And I still live in the Rust Belt, by the way. I live in the Western PA side of the Rust Belt, but that little area of Fairless Hills Steelworks was a real Rust Belt for years.
Well, now isn't Buffalo considered part of the Rust Belt?
I don't know.
I think it was considered that because of the transportation of the stuff through.
Well, when I talk Rust Belt, I'm talking Carnegie Steel, Bethlehem Steel, U.S. Steel,
Gary,
Indiana, Chicago American Bridge, Trenton American Bridge, Bud Company.
Yeah, all the people. Gary, Indiana went to hell in the 80s because of the steel mills.
My father had an opportunity to go to Gary, Indiana.
Well, I'd be glad he did.
Well, exactly, because it wasn't going to get no better there. Let's face it, steel was great till the 1973 steel strike, and that's changed everything.
But like I said, Gary, I would say, is worse than any of the others.
They had the one steel strike, I think Nixon settled it in the late 60s. Whoever settled that. And then the 73 steel strike, it was back again. And after that, everything was a mess.
Now, Tim is younger than I am. He said he graduated in 79. And by 79, I'd already did over 6.5 years in the Navy and was out. I got out in late 78. I got out in October of 78.
So you weren't in that long.
I was in over 6.5 years. I went in 72, March of 72.
Yeah, but that's not. I'm looking at like
years. Over 6.5 years.
You're not a 20 year.
No, not career.
No, it's not a retirement time.
No, that's what I was talking about, Larry. I didn't mean it like that, but hey, 6.5 years in the Navy is a long time.
If I was retirement from the military, I'd be in better shape than Dad.
Yeah.
Yeah. My retirement from the military would be more than probably what Dad's getting from California.
Very possibly.
Oh yeah, I'd be getting about $3,000 just from the military.
Well, I remember when my son was young. My son's like 4 or 5 years old, and I can't find a job because there was like nothing. The housing crisis was on. Everybody was turning their homes back.
Now, when I was active, back when I was in as an E4, okay, I was getting over. Oh, wait a minute. This was back in 75.
Sure.
76. I was getting over $700 a month.
Yeah.
Now, every year, no, hold on. Every year you get a pay raise, and every time you make a higher pay grade. So I was an E4. That was it. Now, I don't mean to brag, but with my ability to learn and take tests, I'd have easily made E6. Easily.
Sure.
I could have made E9. All right. Now,
my friend was an E12 when he got out of the Navy.
There's no E12s.
He was the highest. He was a Master Chief.
Well, that's an E9.
Okay.
There is no the highest thing you can be as enlisted would be an E10, but you got to have like almost 40 years in to be an
He
E10.
had 30 years in.
He
He
couldn't
was
have been an E10. He was an E9.
he was a Master Chief, and he was as high as you could possibly go as an enlisted man.
No, he was as high as you can go with that few years. An E10 is the senior Master Chief. All right, and those guys have 40 years or more in.
I don't know what he might have had more than 30 in. I know. I'd have to look it up.
There's only a couple.
was in.
There's only a couple E10s in the Navy, and
He was
nobody
what?
E10 until they retire, and then it's the senior. Whoever the senior E9 is will become the new E10. These
He
guys,
was way up there. He used to
Well,
brag
no,
how he was as high as an enlisted man could go.
well, he might have been an E10, but he had more than 30 years in, or he wasn't an E10.
He
He could
probably
not have
did
been
have
an
more than
E10 with
30 years in. He got out as a Master Chief. I know that.
Well, then the Master Chief is an E9. All right, an E10 is a senior Master Chief.
Well,
I
he
don't
might have
know
been a
exactly what
senior
they're called.
Master Chief in the end.
But anyway, they have like 40 years in. There's like two of them. There might be a couple more than that, but there's like two in the States. And they are the most senior of all the E9s. And they have like 40, 45 years in just to make E10. Most guys will get out after 30 years because you won't make any more money after 30. Your retirement is not, you will make more money as far as what your pay raises every year.
Yeah, I don't even know what he did in retirement. I lost contact with him.
After 30 years, your percentage of your retirement is locked. At 20 years, when I was in, was 50%. All right. You got 50% of whatever you were making. And then every year after that, you got a COLA, which would raise it up. And after so many years, you're making more money than when you were active. All right.
And my friend who was in the Navy got a non-Navy mechanics job on Willow Grove Air Base. And they came in and told him, listen, we're canceling your employment. And they showed him the door. And they gave him like 80% of his retirement.
Yeah. Well,
and he did well.
Well, the 30-year man gets, I believe it was 70% of his retirement.
Well, wait a minute. Well, he got what he was supposed to get for being a military guy
so he probably
for
got
so many years, and then he had like private service on top of it. But they didn't pay. They were supposed to pay him whatever in like another 2 years or something. But since he went a couple years early, what he was going to get, he didn't get. He only got 80% of it. He only got like $1,000 a month. It was no amazing thing, I'll tell you that.
But it doesn't even sound like he got 50%, which he should have got.
Well, he probably had 50 or 60%, but he only got 80% of that.
So I said, I mean,
because of the way they put him out. I mean, 80% of the 60%, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. That's what I'm saying. His retirement must have been around 50% or so, and they got him out before that, and he got 80% of what he should have got.
He got the best deal he could and ran, and he said, you know what, and he moved out here to Western PA somewhere, and that's what he did. He said, I'll leave the Philly region, and between me and my girlfriend's retirement, his girlfriend was a nurse. They'd have enough to live nicely. Yeah. He liked it because wherever he bought a house, he's so far off the road he can sit naked on his front porch.
Now, Tim, I believe you, but like I said, though, I believe I have the intellect to get there. I don't mean to brag, but I believe my intellect, as long as the job was open. Now, also to make E7, E8, and E9, there's a little politics involved.
I was going to say that.
There's some politics involved. So that might have, but I would have made at least E6
Paramount Plus
with no problem, because that's strictly on passing the test and doing better than the other people. When I made E4, you only needed a grade of, and it's the grade is not like in college. It's a different grading scale. But you only need a grade of 60 something, all right, to pass the E4 test. I got 124 points and really only studied a little bit for the test.
But like you said, a lot of it's politics. And that's what my friend
No. That's not until you get to E7.
Well, my friend who was in the military for so long as whatever, he used to complain about the politics.
Well, in the Navy, it's less politics until you get to E7. In the Navy, what it is, if you're qualified to take the test, you go take the test. And everybody that's in the same job code that you are in, I was a ship serviceman. So everybody that was an E3, E4, whatever you are at that time, going for the next pay grade, everybody that's in your job code, which like I said, ship serviceman, everybody qualified to go for that next pay grade goes, takes the test, and the highest score wins. There is no politics. It's all grades.
Right.
You took the test. Now, when you get to E7, that's when the politics come in. You gotta be able to do this. You gotta do this. You gotta be a little more. I know guys that went out and joined the boys. What do they call it? Not boys club, but the
Boy Scouts.
They do the big brothers. They do the Boy Scouts to get extra points because that stuff counted.
My friend was a big Boy Scout guy.
Yeah, but I'm saying it counted towards that stuff. It didn't count towards E6, E5, E4. It was strictly on the test. The best on the test got passed. Now, I had a friend of mine who did a career. He did 20 years, never got above E4. Now, usually you can't do 20 years and not get above E4. But he was in a job. He was a ship serviceman as well. And it ended up closing up. Now, ship serviceman rate no longer exists. They've been rolled in with the storekeepers. But the entire time he was in it with ship serviceman, he would P&A the test every time. P&A means pass but not advance. That's what P&A stands for, pass not advance. So as long as he P&A'd the test, he could stay in. Now, if he ever flunked the test, he'd have been out. But what happened was the rate closed up. People stayed in and didn't want to get out. So the rates above him, you get maybe one or two people throughout the whole Navy that will get advanced, and that's it. And like I said, every E4 is going for that E5 test. You don't get extra points because you're in longer. You take the test, and whoever gets the highest score or the highest three scores, or however many they're advancing, that's who gets it. It doesn't matter if you're in Japan or Chicago. You're all competing for that same job. Now, a lot of the other branches, it also depends on where you're at. Some people in the Army and stuff, where you're at, if that's where they need a person to advance, you can get advanced to that job without competing against everybody. You can't in the Navy. You compete against everybody in the Navy.
Well, my problem is,
like I said, once you go for E7, that's when it starts becoming political.
I need to get back in the game for a couple years, or I need to buy some property that I can collect rent on in my retirement.
Yeah,
I'm hung up.
Remember, I was telling you my battery on my laptop was down to 19% or lower.
Yep,
it's fully charged.
All right.
I unplugged my phone. It went down to 63. I plugged it in. I'm up to 67.
Like I said, it's amazing what happens when you plug it in properly.
Yep.
But I'm worried about getting hung up because right now I need to get my eyes done, and I got lymphedema.
Like I said, I just turned this one off a little bit ago because it was down to 5%, and that was pretty quick.
I can't sit here and not make enough of an income. I can't sell Shine forever without getting popped.
You got that right. Sooner or later, somebody will roll on you because they want to keep themselves out of trouble.
Yep.
That's what's going to happen.
Exactly. And remember, if you knew me last year on Chris and Sabu, remember I had to go to the shore on vacation for a while.
Yeah, I know.
The
I
feds
remember
were
I talked-
breathing down my back, so I just got out of town. We loaded up the truck and went down the shore.
and Junior loved it.
Oh, we had fried chicken on the beach every day. That suntan lotion and all them legs in the sun. Oh God,
but
it was Camel Toe City.
like I said though,
But now I'm hung. I mean, what do I do?
yeah, that Tim says he got out as an E6, and the only way he could get promoted was for someone to die, and that's like I said in the Navy. It's almost impossible if your rate is closed up. See, now the reason why they rolled the ship servicemen in with the storekeepers, nobody wanted to stay in the storekeepers. And the ship, they were always shorter people. The storekeepers were always oversupplied with people, and their jobs were similar. The storekeepers took care of all the supplies for the ship, and the ship servicemen took care of all the supplies for the
Oh, I
man.
did not.
What's that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking to myself.
But anyway, like I said, so they were similar, but one did the ship's supplies, and the other one did the people supplies. The people, we
Sure.
cigarettes, candy, and
Commissary.
yeah, and the laundromat and the barber shop. I was a barber. I was a barber in the Navy. I also worked in the laundromat. I ran the candy store. I worked on show day. I worked in the PX, filled the vending machines. The beer machine I would fill. I mean, I had a lot.
I'm having a hell of a time reinventing myself out here.
But like I said, I also filled I ran the gas station. So like I said, we had a lot of different jobs that we would do. And when
I'm getting older and I can't do everything I used to do anymore.
When I was on shore duty, I did 4 different jobs every day. I'd work a couple hours at this, boom, go somewhere else.
Sure.
Boom, go there. Work an hour and a half there, boom, go back to the bar. The last place I worked was the barber shop. We only had 110 people, so I didn't need to be open all day. I'd go to the barber shop and be open for a couple hours, close it up, walk across the hall. I was in the Navy Club, the enlisted men's club. It was right across the hall from where I worked. Go in there, have a drink, then go back to my room.
I'm hung up though. I mean, what do? I buy and sell pretty well, but I don't have enough capital.
Yeah. But
I have no cushion.
Yeah. But so like I said, my buddy, and he was really a real good friend of mine. He married my cousin Linda, who died at 20. They met through me.
Oh wow!
And so, like I said, we were good buddies. He did 20 years. He did 7, got out, and then went back in and finished up his 20. And that was part of his problem, was if he'd have stayed right in, he'd have made at least E5. And then at the E5, you can change rates. You can go say, hey, look, it's closed up. I want to go to this job called that needs people. And if they say, yeah, you're qualified, he'd take a test or something, and they'd transfer him over. But he couldn't make E5. He kept P&Aing that test. And like I said, if I'd have stayed in, I'd have easily made E5. I was getting ready to take the test then. But I got out. So I would have easily got up to E6. No problem. I had
a great job delivering food 4 years ago.
Yeah, but like I said,
and that's going too.
Like I said, when I was in, it was still pretty open when I was in. And
I used to make $1,400 a week cash on average, delivering cheesesteaks and chicken wings, hoagies, salads.
But like I said, though, I screwed up.
COVID took all that out.
Yeah. But like I said, it's poor decision. I don't blame anybody but me.
You know how COVID's still taking restaurants out?
Huh?
Won't believe this one. When COVID was on, nobody could pay their rent, so they didn't pay their rent. Their landlords knew it. They couldn't chase them for it.
Yeah.
Well, now the end of their lease is coming up, and at 3 months that they couldn't pay their rent, the landlord wants. And if they came back in after the 3 months, the next 3 to 6 months, they couldn't pay the rent either because they didn't have enough business or make any money. Well, now their lease is up, and the landlord's saying, hey, wait a minute. You owe me 6 months rent. If you don't have that, I'm not renewing your lease.
Well, that just puts him out of money too.
Well, what they're doing is they're locking the doors on some of these guys and seizing their equipment and stuff, or they're just putting them out the door. And that's happening in a lot of places here in Pennsylvania.
I believe it.
I know people in the restaurant business that had a chain of hoagie stores and it happened to.
Yeah. Well, we had, now when I was in Rochester, when they first shut down because of COVID, there was a couple of businesses that had just opened. I mean, like a month maybe. And there was a couple that just were still setting everything up. It was going to open that month or the next month. And COVID happens, and boom, they're out all that money.
4 cans of spaghetti, Eddie?
And you got to remember, if you just opened, you haven't made back your profit. You haven't made back the money that you invested to build the place or remodel the place. And all of a sudden, and then they were shut down for what, a year or so. Some of those places.
Well, the people that got right back in and opened up didn't do any business anyhow. So yeah, they're on their back still. Yeah. And when the landlord looks at you and says, well, you owe me 6 months rent, it's the end of the lease, I want it or I'm not putting you back in. The only thing that some of these restaurant owners can do is they're kind of forced into bankruptcy.
Yeah.
Well, because even their equipment that's in the store, they may have that all on loan or lease.
Yeah.
And it's crazy as it sounds, it's still pushing people out of the restaurant business. And I was reading online today, you won't believe this one. They're saying everybody's saying how good the economy is. Well, the car dealers right now can't sell cars. The used car dealers can't sell cars. And Costco and Walmart were online complaining that we may be going in and buying cinnamon buns and simple things, but any of the big stuff we're not buying. Yeah. We're not buying, swing sets, televisions, lawnmowers, anything over $100. Nobody's buying.
Well, the only time they buy that stuff is if they're replacing something that broke.
Right. Or they moved and need it.
Oh, right. But the problem is we can't afford it right now, and nobody's buying any of that stuff.
It's like right. I bought a TV, but my TV was so old. I was afraid it would break if I moved it.
Right. Yeah. So I got one for you at Walmart. I wear Walmart athletic walker sneakers by the Walmart brand. They used to be $13.97 a pair. They went up to $16.97, which I can understand. Okay, raise them up. They're great shoes. I'd still buy them. Walmart hasn't gotten a restocking of them probably in 2 years because they never have my size.
Now Tim says he spent 6 years in the commissary service. Tim, that would be similar to what I call the ship serviceman. If you're
they're talking about
that would be what we were.
Larry, you'll appreciate this one. They're talking about Target going out of business, Walmart's going out of business,
you know why Target's
Costco, and Home Depot is on their back.
You know why Target's having so much trouble right now?
The prices are too damn high.
Not only
and their quality of stuff's too low.
Not only that, part of it. I'm not.
Well, the rainbow shirts and all for the little kids and all that they had on TV.
Right at the front of the store. So when they walked in, it was right there for the little kids to see. It was for little kids.
Yeah, but little kids' clothes used to have rainbows on it, and it didn't mean anything.
No, but
somebody decided now it's got a big meaning.
Well, yeah, that was the LGBT community decided that the rainbow is their flag now. They made the rainbow their flag.
Yeah, but rainbows never used to mean anything. Now it means you're gay.
I lived with a gay couple.
And now you can't look for the end of the rainbow to get the leprechaun's bucket of gold because then they think you're gay.
Right. I mean,
the thing is,
let's face it. Gay used to mean happy until somebody in the 70s said,
Yeah.
"Hey, we're going to say the faggots are gay."
well, no.
Oh, wait a minute. Faggot used to be a bundle of sticks.
Yep.
It's
Fa-
like, let's
a fag was a cigarette.
Yep.
right. Well, faggot was a bundle of sticks.
Yes, that's true
Firewood.
too.
Yeah, but a fag was a cigarette.
Right.
Yep.
So they
Not a fag.
decided
Now, like I
that
said,
all this meant something.
no, they how shall I say this? They confiscated the word gay for themselves
They
because
politicized everything.
but the reason why I'm saying this, hang on, because queer took on such a negative meaning. Because that's what you used to call them, queers or faggots. All right?
Yep.
And
Yep.
they did not like that, so they changed the term to gay. Now they don't like the term gay because now, oh, that's so gay. So it's taken on a negative meaning for that. So now they're changing. So whenever a word takes a negative meaning, somebody wants to change what they call it. Like I said, originally it was queer, which only means strange or different. Well, they didn't like that because compared to the heterosexual, if you're homosexual, it's queer.
And whatever
You're
happened
different.
whatever happened to America when we were free to read whatever we wanted, now they're banning books everywhere.
I don't blame them.
Yep.
There's some books don't belong in children's libraries at school.
Yeah, but Larry,
No,
those books weren't really there.
some of them they were trying to put there. Yes, they even showed a teacher who said I had to bring them in and put them in here in my room because they can't get them in the library. So she's like a grade school teacher. I can't remember what grade it was, but she showed the books in her room.
She was nothing but a Karen.
Huh? Oh yeah, but I'm just saying no. There's
She was nothing but a Karen.
yeah, but that was the book she was talking about. These were books that they were abandoned in their library for kids, and they were about homosexual parents and all that, and the parents don't want that. They have the right. I'm sorry. I, when a kid is that young, and we're talking grade school here, we're not talking junior high or high school. That's a whole different ballgame. And I'm saying when they're like first, second, and third grade, most of those kids don't know what they are. One day you want to be a cowboy, the next day you want to be a princess. And that's boys and girls both. You got girls that are tomboys, you got boys that are a little more feminine. There's nothing wrong with that. But don't go tell him, oh, well, you're actually a girl. Because he may just be going through a phase. Like the tomboy. My cousin Linda, the one that married one of my best friends, she was a tomboy when we were 5, 6 years old. She was really.
Well, it used to be the tomboy wasn't a bad thing.
No, it's still not. But now they're trying to tell them, well, you're a boy. You want to be a boy. You're a boy. You're not a girl. You're a boy. And they're not letting them explore.
And that's totally outside people telling these kids that.
I know it.
That their mind has never even thought that.
You should go to a school board meeting in some of these school board meetings in Pennsylvania. We don't have a lot of this problem here, like we're talking about, but you should see the people showing up trying to create it.
But like I said, there are. Where the biggest problem is along the coast, the West Coast and the East Coast. The center part of the country, I think we're a little more. And I consider myself center because that's where I'm from.
I'm talking Eastern Pennsylvania too. They're going to these school board meetings and like totally politicizing something that was never even there before.
You got to remember, they're on both sides of the both sides. We got idiots.
Oh, it is. It's just idiots.
Well, they're talking about in certain townships in Bucks County, they have such a problem with it. They're now having like 10 or 15-minute school board meetings because they're meeting privately. They don't meet publicly anymore. They come in and give a public statement and then leave.
That's even against their
the
rules.
Well, that's against the law.
Well, not totally. They have to they can come in and make a statement and go, because if they allow the public in, they can't get a meeting done anyhow.
But they're supposed to allow the public to state their opinions.
Yep.
Well,
And the public
The school board
is required to be allowed to all school board meetings.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They're
well,
supposed to
yeah,
be
but
open,
they don't have a limit on how long the meeting has to be.
but they're not allowed to have meetings in private.
Right.
They're supposed to be open to the public. So if they're
That's
having
all
meetings in
true.
private, they're breaking the law.
But they have they don't get together and have a paneled meeting. They're doing it by phone before they get there, and then they
Which
come in
is
and have a
illegal.
10-minute meeting and leave.
That's still
Yeah, all
It's
that's
not.
illegal.
I agree with you. It's like borderline illegal,
no,
but
it's
they're
not borderline.
forced to
It's
do
not
it.
borderline. It's straight up illegal.
It's straight up.
Well,
illegal.
they're forced. It's been going on forever, but they're forced to do it because they can't get a word in edgewise if they have a regular meeting.
That's their excuse for having the private meetings.
But it's true. It's going on.
Yeah. I know there are a few Karens out there that are causing
There's a lot more
problems.
carriage than there should be. But
Way more.
I don't even understand what you mean when you say Karens, but
these are
Look
that
it
go
up
off
on
things
YouTube.
they shouldn't. They really
these people are just like they're just radical people going in and
that's what a
interrupting.
Karen is. A Karen is a very
A
radical.
Karen
person.
is very radical and usually very
irrational.
racist.
Irrational.
Yes.
And I hate to say it, but usually she's a conservative. Usually.
Yep.
I
At
hate to
least
say that.
claims to be.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, no, they could go off on anything, and it's going to be irrational. That they go off on cops, they go off on all kinds of things. So, like I said, it doesn't have to be a conservative, but more often than not, I think they're conservatives.
They're getting ready to pass a law here in
The ones I've
Pennsylvania
seen
for the
anti-Karen
schools.
law.
On cops, and that's
No,
why
they're getting ready to pass a law here that's going to give all the children that attend school the opportunity to have a free breakfast.
that's fine.
And
Oh,
wait
they've
a
got
minute,
that here in Texas.
they're going nuts over this because, well, if you're going to give them free breakfast, you're not going to give them free lunch. Well, you got to qualify for a free lunch, but they're guaranteeing everybody a good meal to start the day, and they're using it to get the kids get to school better, more ready to learn. They're on time. They're using it for positive things. You should see how many people are going nuts over it.
It still has to be voted on because I'm going to tell you something. Somebody's got to pay for it. I think it's a good thing. Don't get me wrong. I would vote for it.
Do you know what it costs to give every child a free breakfast, Larry?
It doesn't
The
matter.
cheapest meal of the day. It's costing them an average of $2.31.
Like I said, it doesn't matter. They still got to vote on it.
Oh, I know.
Vote for it because that $2 and some cents. You got people who have no kids in the school system who are going to say, "I don't want to pay for that."
Yep.
I have no kids in the school system. I'd be willing to pay for it.
The school systems here have just saved a lot of money. They don't buy books anymore. They buy software.
Well, but I'm just saying, though, people still have to vote on it because school, how shall I say, school budgets fall under the taxes.
Oh, yeah.
Taxes have to be approved by the voters. You don't raise a tax on somebody without it being approved.
Well, they're spending a fortune right now on the schools, upgrading them. They're closing schools and building new ones so they can have school security.
Yeah. Well, I think they should.
Oh, God, they have to.
Yeah, I thought they should for years. In Terre Haute, there's only one way into the school, and it has been for years.
Yes, they're all going to that. One way in, one way out, and you got to go through a 8 to 10 foot celly port to get in.
Now, it's not as secure as it should have been, but I'm talking. The school I went to is 51 years old. Okay. And it's been that way for a good 40, 45 years. You had to go in one door.
Well, this new school the new thing that they're doing to the schools all over Pennsylvania is you basically think, well, it's the same as walking into a prison. You got to be buzzed in, buzzed out.
Yeah. Well, this, like I
You're
said,
you're allowed into a secure area only.
like I said, this wasn't quite as tight as that, but it was a lot tighter than a lot of schools were 40 some years ago.
You would think you're walking into a prison.
Both high schools were that way. When I went, and like I said, it was 51 years ago. I graduated the first graduating class in 1972. I graduated in January. I was an early graduate. So anyway, when I went, we couldn't go off campus for lunch. We were pretty much locked down. Now, the school I went to before that was the very first year of that year. We had a full hour lunch hour, could go anywhere.
They don't even allow the kids to go out for gym anymore.
Yeah, but we could go.
Because they can't let them out and bring them back in secure.
But when I went to school, we could go in other doors. Now,
that's done.
A few years later, when my brother was going to school there, he's 5 years behind me. When you went in, you could only go in one door. Then you had to go to the office and get a visitor's pass before you could go anywhere else. That could have been circumvented if you really wanted back then. Not going in the one door, but going into the office. But like I said, even that was even more secure than a lot of high schools I knew back when I was young. A lot of high schools you could walk in. Hell, when I was substitute teaching in New York, there was a lot of different doors in Batavia. There was a lot of doors I could go in and out anytime I wanted. And this was just 15, 20 years ago. The schools in Indiana, my hometown, the high schools, I don't know about the rest of them. My high school was more secure than the junior high in Batavia. Now, neither one was as secure as they should be. Neither one of them were. But
well, they've cured all that in Pennsylvania recently.
Well, I do know they got security. I won't say they're police officers, but they got security officers working at the schools in Rochester area. I know a guy that did it. But how? I don't know if he could. I don't think he could carry a gun back then. I think the security people should be able to carry a gun. I think it should be police officers myself. Either that or retired police officer or retired military.
Yeah, at least trained armed guards.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying,
you got to have the 15 Act or something.
You got to have armed guards now. You got to have I think you should have these metal detectors so you can check whether they're carrying it. Only get metal knives, not the plastic ones, which can do a lot of damage. But the guns and keep a lot of that stuff out of there.
Yep.
So
it's a whole different game, and all that stuff's costing these school districts a fortune.
Oh yeah, but like I said, I personally, I'm for it. I'd be willing to pay more taxes for that. But it still has to be, hey, this is what we got to do. The state says it's mandated. Now, what do you want us to do? Either we raise the tax here or we cut this. Your choice. But this has to be done, so it's got to be paid for.
But they can't do it and say your choice. It's not that simple.
No, they can say it's your choice. We either raise the taxes or you don't. We lose the football team, or we lose the basketball team, or we lose this. So, in other words, you can choose. You don't want to pay more money. Well, then you're going to lose this part here. Maybe ban, maybe all of it. Say, hey, we're going to just cut out all the electives if we don't.
Well, they're kind of going that way too.
I know, but I'm just saying.
I think in a couple more years, you're only going to see school out here in Western Pennsylvania 2 or 3 days a week, and the rest of it will be cyber school.
I'm against that. I really.
I mean, the elementary school will still go all day. Middle school will still go all day. High school is not going to go all day anymore.
I think it hurts the children.
It's going to hurt everything, but.
Well, I think it hurts the children the most because
it's coming down to economics.
But you look at these kids that didn't have 2 years of school. You look at all the trouble that's caused them.
Oh, my son's caught up in it, Larry. I'm seeing it firsthand.
That's what I said.
My son reads at a lower level and can't do math as well as he could before COVID.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm against it. And plus, your interpersonal skills is diminished too.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
I don't deny any of that, but
that's why
unfortunately, Ed's probably right because it's economics.
Between COVID and crazies,
and I'm against it for those reasons. I didn't say it wasn't going to happen.
Yeah,
I'm just saying between COVID and crazies, the crazies are winning because it's the economics that they're causing. Our school district here can't afford to have 2 armed police on their payroll because the local police department won't pay for them. Not only that, the local police department is saying we don't have enough police to put on the streets. And then they brought in 3 armed security people for this small high school. But the guys they brought in are like, no disrespect, Larry, but they look like warehouse security guards wearing guns.
Oh, no. I've seen those people. Believe me.
Yep.
They don't look like they're ready to go.
I worked with some of those idiots.
And one of them guys grabbed a hold of my kid wearing a gun, and I let the school know that he's not to touch my son. And I had to make that a very serious point because this guy is as big as me or you, Larry, and he's just walking around with this gun like hanging off his hip like he's Wyatt Earp.
Well,
and that as far as I'm concerned, they're carrying guns wrong. Their gun should not be in a holster on their side. It should be under their arm or in their blazer.
I'm not going to argue where the gun should be. That should be the
yeah. And if it's on their side, that's standard police procedure.
Yeah.
It's not, though. Even the police would carry guns the way these guys are carrying guns.
I've seen a lot of police carry it on their side. So
yeah,
well, a lot of police do carry them on their side, but this guy ain't carrying no gun like the cops carry it. His holster doesn't qualify.
I'm not going to argue with that.
I can't tell because I never saw
it. Right,
it.
you haven't seen it, but I'm telling you, this gun is like hanging out there, and it's all the handle on it's all beat the hell up from whacking in this shit.
Well, I'm going to tell you, when I worked security at this place here in Terre Haute, I worked security at a place called Alcan. It was an aluminum company. Now, we took over security for another security outfit that worked there. Now, these people were armed. They were complete morons. All right. One guy would use the butt of his gun to crack walnuts. Another guy would drive around the property. They had a lot of woods and stuff. They owned the property. There was woods and there was a pond and a creek runs through it. And if he saw a rabbit, he'd take a pot shot at it.
Yeah, well, that's illegal too.
Yeah,
that's illegal discharge of a firearm.
Well, he wasn't in the city limits, and they were to be armed guards. Why
doesn't matter? He's hunting.
But they lost the contract, and we ended up with it. But we don't carry guns.
Well,
it
sounds like they shouldn't either.
Outfit to carry guns, but they have to have a lot more training. You got to pay them a lot more money, and most places don't want to pay that kind of money.
Nope, they just want the appearance and somebody watching the cameras and stuff.
Yeah,
so they can hit the panic button and get the cops there.
Oh, they want the appearance of security. That's for sure.
Well, yeah, it's not just that. All right, that's partly right, Leonard. That's partly right. But there's another part to it that you may not have taken into consideration. Insurance.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the insurance is going to be less if they have security guards on.
A lot less.
Well, I got one for you.
The insurance in some cases pay for the security. What they say when insurance pays for the security.
Nabisco Baking on the Boulevard in Philadelphia. They were teasing some black lady who was operating a forklift. She got into forklift operating in the factory, and it was an all-man job for years.
Right.
They were teasing her with dough in heat, deer buck lure stuff, and throwing it on her forklift and dumping it on her somehow or whatever. And Something happened and she got suspended. This lady came back with a handgun and shot and killed 2 people and wounded a third. Nabisco closed that whole entire factory over insurance.
Yeah.
And
probably so.
everybody lost their job. So, yeah, Larry, insurance is like you wouldn't believe today what they rule and control.
Well,
Insurance
like I said,
has too much control over everything.
I've already known insurance. When I worked at Alcan, okay, like I said, one machine would cost you $10 million.
Yep.
That they would have fires in those machines because the coolant they use to cool the metal down under the right conditions can burn.
Right.
And they had a fire, burned up one of the machines. They spent well over $1 million repairing that machine because it was a whole lot cheaper to repair it than to replace it.
Yeah.
And I was working that day when that fire broke out. I had to get the firemen there. I had to control the news people, and that was part of my job. Keep them back, keep them away from the fire department, let them do their thing.
Sure.
And they were asking questions. Said, "Look, if y'all stay back there, I'll go get somebody from Human Resources or to come out and talk to you. Give you." So I got a hold of that guy and I told him what was going on. He says, "Yeah, I'll just keep him back and tell him I'll be out." So I went out and I told him who was going to be coming out and talking to him, and did all that. Another part of my job there was I was the dispatcher for the fire department. So not only did I had to call them to get them there. not 911. We didn't have 911. I had the buttons that I would push and send out the signal to them. And,
Well, you know, they're hitting you with insurance from all angles, too.
Yep.
but
Me
I-
being overweight, a lot of companies will not hire me because
Exactly.
if I got sick, I changed what their medical health insurance cost them to carry for their employees.
Yep.
there are those who try not to hire people that smoke.
Yep.
Yes. I mean, it's.
And our age it hurts us a lot too.
I'm
My
58 years old. Nobody will hire me.
Yep.
My age does.
58 and overweight, forget it. You were unemployable. You better have
Well,
your own deal.
And Ed, you get the biggest strike against you is you're white.
Well, not here because everybody's white.
Well,
Anybody looking for a job in this area is white. The only people that aren't looking for jobs are the drug dealers, and they're black from Philadelphia.
yeah.
And they're living in Johnstown, 7
Yeah.
hours away. Go figure that reach for that network.
I have been refused jobs just simply because I was white.
Well, I'm going to tell you, I know good and well I did real well on some interviews to work at colleges in security. Okay.
And they hired black
I
people.
also had some interviews I didn't do well, but I know a couple of them I nailed the interviews. But my weight and my age worked against me.
Oh yeah. I'm talking about when I was in my 40s.
Yeah, well, so am I.
You know.
I'm talking. I was in late 40s, early 50s.
Yeah.
And the guy, and I know my weight was used against me because he was going, "Oh, well, we got a nice gym."
Well, you know, the state of New Jersey will not hire you after the age of 34.
Well, the military.
Because they claim they have no way to retire you.
Well, they do. In the military, unless you served previously, or you're in a job that they really need, you cannot go in after 35.
Right.
It was I thought it was 33 because
35, 20 years, 55 and out.
When I was about 34, a good friend of mine was in the I think he was in the Navy National Guard. And he wanted me to sign up for it. I wasn't working, so I said, shoot, why not? You know?
Well, they may have changed the rules, but when I was in.
Because back then, well, I mean, you know, there's a little bit of difference.
But they wanted you to be in. And the federal government was the same thing. if you want to work for the federal government, you had to be 35 or younger, so you could retire at 55.
Yeah.
Yep.
You had to be qualified to retire at 55, 20 years. Now that doesn't mean you had to retire, but you had to be qualified to retire at 55.
Yeah.
Because if you
Well, I
were
guess-
if you were in a job that they considered essential, and you were over 55, they'd let you stay, no problem. But
Well,
if
they
you were
were,
in a job, but if you were in a
They
job
were really
that-
looking for corpsmen, and I was going to go in as a corpsman.
well, see now, here's something you may know because you were looking at going into a corpsman. But you ever see the movie Full Metal Jacket?
Yeah, but years ago.
Where they're sitting around and talking about why they joined. Well,
Yeah.
we did that in my boot camp company. We did that. We actually, so that I don't know if that's common, but we did it before Full Metal Jacket ever came out.
Yeah, it probably is common.
So I'm figuring it's probably a common thing. Well,
You know,
get to know
human
each other.
curiosity.
Well, you just started. You're a brand new company. You sit around and introduce yourselves, so
Right.
you get to know a little bit about your fellow company members, or your boot camp company. So anyway, we're sitting around, and this guy named Trump, and I remember his name because I always thought sounds like he should be marching. Trump, 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 through the mud, Trump, Trump, Trump. So anyway, Trump's talking, and he's from Michigan, and he goes, I joined because I wanted to be a Marine Corps corpsman. And a couple of us asked him, well, what you doing here? He goes, well, I went to the Marine Corps, was signing up, and the recruiter was going, yeah, great, no problem. What do you want to do? I told him I wanted to be a corpsman. He says, come with me. He said, we walked out of his office, walked right into the Navy office. Says, here you go. He says, all our corpsmen are Navy. So he had to go through Navy boot camp, then 4 months of Corps school,
Yep.
and then go through Marine Corps training. All right. Which is combat training. Because in Marine Corps, you got to serve with a combat unit as a corpsman. And Vietnam was going on back in. Like I said, I went in 72. Nam didn't into 75.
Right.
And but he said that's why he joined the Navy, so he could be a Marine Corps corpsman. It's like, wow, man, I didn't know that. That's when I found out all medical personnel, doctors, nurses, dentists, everything for the Marine Corps are Navy. Every medical personnel. There are no Marine Corps medical people.
Well, the Marine Corps is actually a branch of the Navy, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Their paycheck is signed by the Navy. Secretary of the Navy signs their paycheck.
Yeah.
Well, the Navy is one of the most powerful divisions of our military.
Yeah, because we got the Air Force in our side, we got the Marines, and then ourselves. Now, so yeah, but like I said, that's when I realized, and now I had a Marine Corps gunny sergeant that I knew, and we went to the same bar and drank, and we got to know each other. He was I want to say gunny. He might not have been quite that high yet, but he was a sergeant, and he was like an E6 or an E7. I can't remember which. But anyway, we're sitting there, and somebody said something about a squid, and he says, "Oh, I never call sailors squids." He says, "I used to." He says, "But no, not anymore." He said, "I was on a medical base. I don't know which one, and he called his sailor a squid." And this doctor come walking out, a commander, or he might even have been a full captain, which is the same thing as a colonel. But anyway, this doctor come out. He was a commander, I believe, and he called him over. He says, "Did you call that guy a squid?" He goes, "Yes, sir." He says, "You know what a squid is?" And he goes, "Yes, sir." He goes. Then the sailor goes, "That's a kind of a backbone jelly type fish, isn't it?" "Yes, sir." He says, "But you know what that squid's got to do all day? Float around the ocean and shit on marine life." He says, "I haven't called a sailor a squid since." But yeah, I mean, you think about it. That's what a squid has to do. It's got nothing else to do all day.
Oh,
Squids are badass in the ocean, let me tell you.
Yeah.
yeah. until they run into a sperm whale.
Yeah.
No.
A
Or a
shark,
turtle.
maybe a shark, a great white.
Yeah, they become lunch unless they're giant squid.
Yeah.
I was gonna say giant squid. The only thing they really worry about is those big sperm whales
They don't worry about them either. They attack them too.
and get ate.
Well,
Sperm
them,
whales.
have,
Sperm whales kill lots of them.
them sperm whales got giant squid scars all over them.
Sure, they have big fights, but the thing is, they were swimming around with the scars. The squid are in their belly.
We know very little about giant squid.
Giant squid. Tim says 28 years for the Air Force. So
What do you mean 28 years for? Oh, 28 years old.
no. 28 years is what he served.
Oh, that's a beautiful thing.
That's what I'm taking it as. 28 years for the Air Force.
Yeah. You know what? That's a good thought. I didn't think about it. You might want to check, Ed, and see if you can get SSDI.
I don't know. I got to get down.
You gotta check. You gotta check it out because
That's better
if
than
you can-
nothing.
yeah, and you don't have to have
And
the
if you
court.
get
You don't have to have the
SSDI,
points.
if you get SSDI, you also get Medicaid.
I hustle really good.
Depending on how much you get on your SSDI.
But I'm saying,
But
but if you can get SSDI, there's a good chance you can get Medicaid.
Because
Yeah.
I make good money hustling. I can't say I don't. The
Yeah,
stuff
but
I
the thing-
pull off on the side.
yeah,
Is it
but
income?
no, so
But the first time I miss, I'm going to miss.
Oh no, Tim says that is the minimum age to join the maximum age to join the Air Force. Yeah,
they've lowered it.
I know 28 is the maximum age. Used to be the maximum age to be an officer. Now, I got a cousin who went in the Air Force older than that into the Air Force, but then he was a dentist.
Well, there again, once again, you're talking about people who they need. He probably was a captain too.
Yeah, probably.
No, he would have went in as a Louis first. You go in as, then you work your way up. He made it up to colonel. I believe he made it all the way to colonel. But then he got out. He didn't do a career. He did over 10 years, but he didn't do a career unless you can get a retirement now after 10. But he didn't do a career. But he went in. He's probably around 30, 31 years old. He was a dentist. Him and another guy had their own practice. They got in practice together, and they were him and he's my cousin by marriage.
I have a friend who was a jet pilot.
They were getting ready to buy a house, and him and his wife, which was my cousin, would hear George talk about his time in the Army over in Germany, and his dad's his father, in his case, his father-in-law, my uncle's time in the Army, my time in the Navy, the places we've been and the things we've done. And as a married couple, it's a joint decision. If you're married, before you go in, unless you don't care about whether or not you get divorced, you talk that over with your wife.
Definitely.
So they talked about it.
There's a lot of moving involved.
Well, not only that, like I said, they were
I'm away too.
So they decided, no, let's go in. Let's go ahead and go in, see if we like it. And decided not to invest all that money in this other stuff and went in the service, went in the Air Force. Like I said, because he was a dentist, he was an officer. He was beyond the age. It was either 27 or 28. You had to be young. I think it was 28 to be an officer, at least for the Navy at that time. And he was over 28. So anyway, he went in. They went to Minot, North Dakota. And did some time. Then they went to Spain. And then he went to, I think after Spain, he went to oral surgery school in Indianapolis at IUPUI. And that was his full-time job for 2 years. And then he had to do at least 4 years after that to pay him back. And I know he ended up down in Houston area, and I think that's where he was at when he got out. And he wasn't sure, but he'd heard about this job and inquired into it. And it's a 6-figure job.
Oh, yeah, Doctor of Dental Surgery, DDS.
Yeah,
Yep.
he was the oral surgeon.
Well, that's a DDS.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, he got a job in Fort Wayne, Indiana, which is up by Michigan. It's on the Ohio side of Indiana, up by Michigan. And so he got out. He had like 10 years or so in. I don't know if he went reserves. I would have after that much time, but I don't know if he did. And he did that job until he retired. Now, Tom, that's my cousin's husband, the dentist, the oral surgeon. He's my age. Now, Paul is a year older, so she was a year older than Tom. They live down in Naples, Florida, is where they live now. But like I said, he's retired. She's retired. But they had a nice house. They had a lake house for the summer right on the lake, and they sold all that, bought a place down right off a golf course in Naples, and that's where they live now. And like I said, they've done real well. But like I said, they paid him to go to college to be an oral surgeon, man. He was, I think, a captain at that time. And I know he made at least major, if not colonel. A major colonel or whatever, lieutenant colonel, I think. But he was getting up there. But like I said, he only had 10 years in, so I'm not sure. I know it was major or above.
You'd be surprised what you can make in certain medical professions.
Yeah. Well, like I said, they offered him six figures. That's over $100,000 a year, and this is quite a few years ago.
I know somebody that was a
almost 30 years
CAT
ago.
scan technician, and to go to UAE, United Arab Emirates, to work as a CAT scan technician. They were offering her like $330,000 a year, and she had to sign a 2-year contract.
Yeah, but the Saudis and the Emirates, they overpay for a lot of stuff because it's so miserable working conditions because of not working conditions but living conditions.
Yes,
you got to pay people a lot of money to go there to do it.
You got to wear full Muslim garb and the whole bit.
Well, not only that, look at the heat, and you're wearing that stuff.
Well, yeah, I don't know about all the particulars, but
they
offered her so much money she considered going.
Yeah. Well, like I said, though, you go to the Emirates, it's like during the summer, it's like 120, or better all summer. And then the winter part, probably like 80 or to 100. I mean, it never gets cold.
Well, not only that, they give you like barrack housing across from the hospital to live in.
Well, that might be. I really don't know that part of it. But
yeah, she didn't have to worry about anything. She didn't have to go out in public. Basically, she had to go to the hospital for whatever hours they had her on schedule for and do her job, and she had like a efficiency apartment across the way in a barracks housing situation.
Now, Jim, I just noticed your statement. He says prior military service may allow older than 28. I know in the Navy it does. In the Navy, it's whatever the age they deemed the cutoff, plus the number of years you served. All right, so let's say it's 28. I could have went in at 34, back in at 34. All right, so that's the way the Navy did it. This is back in the early 80s because I thought about going back in, but I had to lose some weight. I got tied up doing some other stuff, running around with the wrong women.
They want a lot of people to do cameras today on aircraft. It's a big specialty now,
Doing what?
Cameras.
Yeah.
You hook up like some of these aircraft and drones and things have like 6 or 8 cameras on them.
But
Sensing units. That's a huge thing now.
Tim says he knows a man who installed fiber optic cable, and he made $300,000 per year in Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
Like I said, they pay real good money for some work.
Fiber optic cable splicer makes over $100 an hour working for Hughes or Verizon here.
Yeah, but they'll pay them more to go over there because it's harder to get people to go over there.
And you know where you're working when you're splicing that cable?
No.
In like the back of an air conditioned. The truck almost looks like an ambulance. It's got a big box on the back, and it's air conditioned, so you can sit there under your microscope just about and splice these cables.
I tell you, someday, and I
Trunk
believe
line.
this will happen. Someday in the Philippines, there'll be a lot of cable laying because they'll be taking all that stuff from above and putting it underground.
Yep. That's
Because-
starting. That's starting in some areas.
That's what I
Do
said.
you know who owns the grid in the Philippines?
It's going to be all over the Philippines.
Yeah, but do you know who owns the grid? The Chinese.
Well, I'm going to tell you this much: if I was the Philippines, the Chinese may think they own it, but I'd take it from them.
Yep.
Well, that's what they're trying to do.
You're trying to take our islands. Get the hell out of here! You're persona non grata.
Yep.
Well, we got that problem here in the United States, and nobody talks about it.
You're talking about the Chinese owning all that farmland?
No,
They
nope,
do.
not at all. I'm talking about our whole electrical grid is run on Chinese transformers,
That's what I said. That
and we don't have them sitting on the shelf. And if somebody would conduct electronic warfare against us and blow up half our grid or something, or really damage our grid,
They already tried that.
Yeah, but if they were successful in doing it, we don't have the product on the shelf, and we won't have it anytime soon. It would take months to get it even out of China.
No.
Well,
I think you'll find that that's not true. It took them less than a day to replace and repair the transformers and stuff that got blown up in those substations.
Right, but that's like one substation, Leonard.
Yeah, it was actually 3, and they had
right,
but the fact is, it only took them a day to fix them.
Yeah,
they
but
have the parts.
I know where. I'm not saying I would ever do it. I know places in New Jersey, right around the corner from on the Delaware side, that they don't have these.
Ed, did you do something because you dropped and came back up? And
I didn't do anything.
You totally dropped off and came back up on your own.
Maybe I had a glitch here. Our internet's very glitchy.
It could have been because I didn't do anything. You went down. I was getting ready. I see you were coming back up.
Our internet's a mess here. I know places in Delaware I could go just literally do what they did, shoot through the fence and blow up they got 5 or 6 of them giant grids outside of Delaware City. And they're unprotected. And after what they did in the Carolinas, I'm thinking to myself, why don't they have concrete barricades or something around this stuff?
Well, like I said, I think too much of our stuff that I consider necessary for our survival is made overseas.
Yes.
I don't mind some stuff being over there, but we got to look at, like you said, the transformers. Anything that's important for our infrastructure, our health.
Well, that's another one. Medicine, medical.
A lot of our health. There's a lot of medical supplies we do not make in the States.
They come from India. They come from China. I was reading the other day that China's going to be kind of going down, and the new country that we're going to start doing business with is Vietnam and India. Thailand. Harley Davidson's making motorcycles in Thailand. They're all upset about it here where they manufacture them in Pennsylvania.
I don't blame them. They won't be as good. Toyota
trucks are now being made in Baja, Mexico. The motor and trans comes from Japan, and they're assembling these in Baja California, which is Mexico.
Camrys are made in Indiana.
Yes.
The every Goldwing ever assembled, Ohio.
Well, look at what happened in Michigan. When Chrysler got sold to Mercedes, Mercedes said, listen, you cooked the books and ripped us off, we're leaving. And they took the $8 billion plant, ripped it down, and shipped it to Germany. And now they went to Fiat, and now Stallone or something owns them.
No, like I said, I'm going to tell you the truth. Cars aren't essential. They can be made anywhere. I don't.
Well,
care.
that's true, but you know what we're missing in this country right now?
Factory work.
Well, yeah, but there's no PT Cruiser.
Factory jobs.
There's no PT Cruiser. There's no HHR Chevy. There's no GM minivan. There's no Chrysler minivan. Toyota's got one that supposedly they're coming out with to replace the Sienna. Honda minivans are junk. There's just problems all over with what we're putting out right now. Yeah. They're going to start coming out with little pickup trucks again. That should be interesting. Ford's got the Maverick. It ain't going to do it. That's going to go away, they say.
The Maverick? That was a car.
Yeah,
no,
but
it's Maverick pickup.
They're coming out with a new one called that's Maverick. That's a pickup.
Okay.
Yeah, well, they're going to do away with that one. They're saying already, and go with this new. They're calling it a T something. It's supposed to come out.
Was it Maverick the Ford, or was it the Mercury?
4-door Maverick pickup.
No, I'm talking about the car.
No, the car was a Ford.
The car was a Maverick.
Yeah.
And they made them a 2-door and 4-door. They're gone.
Now they used to remember the El Camino and the Ranchero.
Yep.
The El Camino was actually a little better than the Ranchero.
Well, I can't say that. I had a Ranchero and it was a great car.
The 72 Rancheros were a 1-year body style too.
The El Camino seemed to be more popular, I should say. I shouldn't say.
Oh, Chevy was more popular back then.
Yeah, Chevy was more popular because all the NASCAR guys, all the NASCAR guys are doing Chevy because parts were easier to find.
Yes.
Used parts.
And they were basically just station wagons.
Huh?
No, that they were, with the top cut off.
Yeah. They were basically a station wagon frame. And that didn't make them a bad car. They were great cars. I remember back in the day where all 3 trucks were great. The Fords were great, the Chevys were great, and the Dodges were great. It's not that way anymore.
The only ones that are any good are the Fords.
Yeah, the Ford's the best one.
I wouldn't say that, but
I would have the Ford over any of the others if you're talking pickup.
Blue Oval's got too many recalls.
No, they don't.
Oh my God, they got tons of recalls that they had to do last year.
They don't have. Chevrolet has got 10 times the number of recalls in the last 5 years than Ford.
Oh, they do not have that many.
Look it up.
Dodge had a ton of recalls.
Yeah. Dodge messed up when they went to that new design. They had lots of front end problems.
Oh, they all got problems. And even my brother's Chevy has problems. My brother's got a brand new Chevy. And they put the battery in the fender on it, which is kind of crazy. The battery's so hard to get to, he had to take it to the dealer to get somebody to put a battery in it.
Talking about batteries, I had this old Dodge Sport, the Dodge, I'm trying to think of. Oh.
And Ford still makes a decent truck, but they've had a lot of recall issues and problems.
Dodge Dart Sport is what I had.
Oh, a Dart Sport? That was good. That was a nice little car.
It was a nice looking car, nice running car.
Yeah, the old swingers and all were nice too.
But anyway, my battery went dead. And a buddy was going to give me a jump, but neither one of us had jumper cables. So we took the battery out of my car. His car wouldn't fit. His battery was too small. I had a bigger battery for some reason. So I went and bought a pair of jumper cables so he could jump the car. Then I drove to the
What year Dodge?
huh?
What year?
76.
Oh yeah, that's a way back machine, Larry.
Well, we're talking way back when I had it.
Well, the
Yeah.
I've been in New York for 27 years.
Dodge
Dart-
made a
And
Dart
Dodge
came
Dart
out-
in Mexico a couple years ago that was
Dodge
I
junk.
was still
Dart
living in
was
Terre Haute when I had
originally
this
made
car.
in '65, I think.
Right.
I was still living in Terre Haute when I had this car. A few
Oh,
years before I left. We're talking at least 30 years ago.
Yeah, they were great cars.
But anyway,
The last Dodge Dart they made was garbage. It was made in Mexico.
but it was a nice car. But
Oh, they were great cars.
Like I said, it was getting old.
Had a slant 6 or a 318 in it.
Slant six,
Or
340, run forever. But
Hell
I would
yeah.
fill up. I would fill up, and I would drive. Like I had my sister in Rochester area, and I had a friend in Erie, Pennsylvania. So I'd leave Terre Haute, and I would go visit one of them, and I'd drive till I had to stop and get gas. And whenever I stopped to get gas, I had to pull over, let the car cool down, because as soon as you stopped it, it would want to say, "That's it. I'm taking a break. I'm not going to start." You go get a cup of coffee, sit there, drink a cup of coffee, go back out, and fire right back up. But if you try to shut it down, fill it up, and start it back up, it was a bear to start back up. And so I would always stop at the restaurant part, go in and get a bite to eat, a cup of coffee, then go out, fill the car up because I could shut it off after it cooled off, fill it up, go in, pay for the gas, go back out and fire back up. But you ran that sucker for 6-7 hours, it wanted a break. It was all there was to it.
I remember the distributor caps on some of the old Dodges. If you put the blue cap on it, you had moisture problems. You had to buy the gray distributor cap for some reason. It was like a different kind of plastic or something.
Yeah. But I drove that car to DC, and then I went into New York City. First trip I went to New York City. What was it? Alternator went out. Generator, one of the two. It was an automatic, so you tell me. But
They all had alternators.
all right, it had an alternator that went bad, and it finally died while I was in New York City. I was able to park it, get it to, and I got a tow truck to take it to a standard gas station that was a garage because I had a standard credit card for gas. So as long as I used it as a standard station, it was good. I couldn't use it anywhere else. It was just a standard card that I could buy tires or gas or get the car worked on. And
Hey, those are the days.
but it was parked outside the building.
Gas stations actually serviced vehicles.
Yeah,
What a unique thought.
yeah. But anyway, it was parked outside the building. It wasn't inside the building, and in Harlem. Okay. And somebody ripped the lock out of my trunk. Now they left the lock in the trunk.
Oh yeah, you were telling us about this the other week.
And like I said, stole my toolbox, stole my stereo. But yeah,
Those are the days. I had my car ripped off one time. I put it on my homeowner's insurance.
no, I took care of it myself. I just paid
They
for
stole
everything.
my remote control airplane and bag of calculators and
Well, like I said, they got the tool. The only thing that really upset me about the tools was that my older brother had already passed away. These were his tools. I got them from him when he passed away. It was something that was passed down to me. And so I lost the tools that belonged to my brother. And he had some really nice tools. But it was more that they belonged to him than how nice they were. And so I was, that's what bugged me. The stereo, it was a car stereo that came with it. It's not that nice of a stereo. Big deal.
anytime they rip you off, you always feel like you've been accosted because they took your personal belongings. Let's face it.
Yeah, it's like you've been assaulted.
But like I said, that's all because everything else was out because it was at the hotel, so the luggage and all that was out of there. So they didn't get any money. But so anyway, my friend, her girlfriend and boyfriend helped me out. Now he was kind of a home mechanic and he drove semis, and he had an old Chrysler symbol, and we banged out the metal, got it smooth enough, put the lock in there so it'd stay, and we took that Chrysler symbol and screwed it into the over the lock so they couldn't get to the lock again. And then we took the what do they call those grindle or and grinded it down so they couldn't unscrew it from the outside. There was no took that completely out, so that made the lock safe again. And then he had a real nice stereo that he gave me.
You couldn't even do that with the cars today. Let me tell you.
But like I said, though, he had a nice stereo set in there. Well, I gave him a few bucks, but it was less than he paid for it. It was brand new.
My 20-year-old Volvo has 5 computer systems on it. And the new cars have all that and more. I think Mercedes tops them out with like 32 onboard computers.
Oh yeah. You can't do home maintenance anymore. I used to be able to change spark plugs. I'm not a mechanic. Don't even try to be one. But I used to be able to change the points in the spark plugs.
Some cars have, well, a lot of cars have no points and no spark plugs.
Well, and if they do have spark plugs, it's impossible for you to get to without specialized tools.
Yeah, most of them have spark plugs, but they have individual coil packs for each plug.
My Volvo has that. I just replaced all 5 of them.
Yeah.
And some cars now have the spark plugs underneath the valve covers.
That's what I said. It's almost impossible to do it without specialized
the Triton
tools.
motors on the Ford trucks, you can't get to the spark plugs.
Which motors?
Triton.
Yes, you can.
They're under the valve covers.
No, they're not.
Depends on the Triton motor. I've had motors where they're under the valve covers.
I had both the 351 and 4.7, and you can get to both spark plugs on both.
What year?
07 and 14.
Because the last truck we had, Ford made it, and the spark plugs were under the valve covers.
You do not have to take the valve covers off to do a tune-up on those trucks.
I don't know. Couldn't get to the.
I do.
You
I've
had to
done
take
it.
the valve cover off to get to the spark plugs. I know that.
No, you don't.
Oh, they were underneath the valve covers.
Ed.
Maybe it's not the Triton motor. Maybe it's a different motor. But
well, what it is you know how the old Hemis were, where the plug was down in a well in the valve cover?
Bye, Tim.
Yeah, it might be like that.
Oh, you've been
So
gone.
you're thinking of, because they are like that. The coil sits on top of it and plugs down on top of the plug, and the plug does screw down inside.
Yeah, my Volvo is real deep because it has a coil on top. My son just replaced all the coils.
Right, hey guys, it's after midnight here, and
Yeah.
I was going to get some sleep. I am too.
Yeah. Also, it looks like everybody dropped out. We're the only ones here.
Well, I think we ran them off with our car talk.
Yeah, probably did. But Tim's the last one that looks like he left. He left about over 10 minutes ago.
Oh, my gosh.
And he said his girlfriend's here.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's going to leave. He's going to leave if she gets there.
Yeah.
That's
so anyway,
that's
in
his
case anybody is in the background, and to you guys, thanks for coming. And take care of yourselves. Be nice to each other. Stay safe. Stay healthy, and always try to have fun.
I'll talk to you soon, Leonard. And Larry, thanks for having it.
Larry, thanks for having
your vacation.
If Dan has one tomorrow night, I'll be in the background on my phone. Because
I think he's planning one, but we'll see.
Yeah, well, like I said, I'll check.
Yeah, with him traveling, it's hard to say.
Like I said, I won't come up on the panel, but if he has one Tuesday morning, Monday night.
That hotel he was in the other night was really nice. He said it was very small, but looked very nice.
Yeah.
So this is a nice hotel. I really like this hotel. I've stayed here before.
Yeah.
I came back
home.
home.
It helps when you know the place is decent to start with.
Well, like I said, I came back home for something, and and it might have been when maybe my younger brother's funeral, because a bunch of us was here, so there wasn't room for everybody to stay with relatives, you know.
Right, right.
And so I know I stayed in this hotel before. So, and
Well, you guys have a good evening.
you guys
All
take
right.
care.
See you
Take
later.
care. See you
Thanks
all
again,
soon.
Larry.
All right, now have
I'll
fun.
talk to you tomorrow, Leonard.
All right.
Bye.
Goodbye.